Chapter 11:18. On the first floor of the castle, Bojio took her phone and walked to the basement. She told Hoshino everything that had happened. At the airport, the man who was going through the security paused. Don't forget that Chin Mo is still with you. Bojio's fingers paused. It won't affect me. All right. Hoshino stood tall with a brown leather watch on his wrist. He glanced at the time. I still have an hour before my flight. What do you need me to do? Bojio glanced up. Her actions were strangely handsome. Come back and destroy the enemy. Yes. Hoshino smiled slowly and called out, Young lord. The old butler knew that Bojio was going to be busy. Usually when something like this happened, she had to do a lot of work in advance. This day, Bojio was in the basement for the entire afternoon. Swoosh. She pulled open the things in front of her. It was a row of drones and a small smart car. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the things tied to the smart car weren't simple. Anyone who was smart would be able to tell that Bojio was making adjustments. The laptop was opened and all the devices were connected through the network. Finally, it was synchronized to her tablet. In the Bo family's house, many things looked normal, but behind the bookshelves, there was a hidden layer. There were rows of skateboards. There were at least 5 or 6 of them. The hacking system had self-destructed. She had to inform someone about this. Bojio had made the firewall personally, which meant that she was the only one who could contact every hacker. The red signal was planted in the firewall. After seeing the signal, in the school, a boy who was studying advanced mathematics pushed his spectacles. He placed the book aside and placed his fingers on the keyboard. Someone at the side teased him. Hey old 5, aren't you reading your book? My child is finally enlightened and knows how to watch porn. The boy didn't say anything. The way he avoided the crowd did seem like he was watching porn. But in reality he opened the signal. His small brows furrowed. He replied with 2 words. Got it. Other than the boy, many others replied at the same time. Those people were all hackers. Without being exposed, everyone sat in front of the computer and began to search with their fingers. Hackers couldn't involve reality. Once it involved reality, they had to protect each other. Now someone was forced to self-destruct. Of course they wouldn't sit still. In an instant, the signal of the entire firewall was scattered all over the network. This way, if anyone had any problems, the other person would know immediately. Not only that, the other party might not know. Once the marked network system was activated, they would immediately lock it down automatically. That's why some people say that you can mess with anyone but hackers. Time passed little by little. Chin Mo sat at the dining table. It had been a quiet day for him. A certain guy didn't appear. He didn't receive any more confessions. All he had was the steak and afternoon tea that the old butler had brought to him when it was time. It was obvious that the old butler was much faster than before. Chin Mo glanced at the time on the clock. He did not know where that person had gone. However, he knew very well that it was very difficult to sit in one place and wait for someone. Chin Mo glanced at the photo on the bookshelf again. This time he didn't reach for it. Instead, he tapped his fingers on the surface. The shadow guards knew that young master had been waiting for news and immediately said, Young master, I've checked but I'm not sure of the details. There are rumors that the other party is going to make a big move. It seems like a hacker was killed by an unknown organization. It might be a backstabbing. It's not a backstabbing. Chin Mo narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, I need to leave this place to check on something. Call the police here and cooperate with me to arrest someone. When the shadow guards heard this, they froze for a moment. What did young master mean? Who was he going to arrest? Young master Gio who kidnapped him? Dusk started to fall. The old butler had already transferred a portion of the information that needed to be transferred. Actually, it wasn't difficult to pack it up. He didn't need to bring anything but his tea set and the cutlery that young lord liked to use. This was the most important thing for a qualified butler. Of course, there were some information that would expose young lord's information. Basically, he destroyed everything that could be destroyed. Those that couldn't be destroyed were brought along with him. That included the photo. When he was doing all this, the old butler, who was dressed in a suit, was very calm. In between, he didn't forget to take a look at the red wine pig trotters he made in the kitchen. Young lord loved to eat meat. She was prepared to nourish her brain after doing these things. Using pig trotters to nourish her brain was also a specialty of the Bo family. Bojo liked to squat on the floor and play with these things. She would eat a few mouthfuls of meat and check the data. She wore a pure red t-shirt and turned to light a cigarette. When she held the cigarette in her mouth, her handsome side profile was hard to tell if she was a man or a woman. It could be seen that she was very busy. She was so busy that she would stretch out her hand to twist her neck occasionally. In the end, she was a little tired. She supported herself with one leg and closed her eyes. She seemed to be sleeping. Upstairs, Qin Mo opened the windows. It was hard to imagine that the tool in his hand was a fork. Moreover, when he was doing these things, he didn't make any noise. When he walked to the balcony, he stepped on the wall and landed on the ground. His movements were very light. The only inconvenience was that he couldn't use any strength in his injured hand. Qin Mo chose this time after a long period of observation. Because at this time the old butler would often be in the kitchen. The sound of cooking in the kitchen wasn't soft. In addition, the soundproofing of the castle was good. This meant that no one would notice if he left at this time. After all, Qin Mo glanced up at the hidden camera in the rose. Ever since he came here, it had been switched off. Qin Mo walked to the front of the car. In his pocket was the car key he had gotten from the youngster. With the car key and voice authentication, he was 80% sure that he could start the Lamborghini in front of him. When the button was pressed, the navigation system vibrated. Qin Mo said faintly, "I like you, Qin Mo. Identifying password. Password is correct." The navigation system vibrated again. The car door opened automatically. Qin Mo entered sideways. The sound was very soft. He manually increased the speed and drove out of the castle in an instant. Right at this moment, there was a ding sound. A signal appeared on the computer screen. Bojo, who was holding the remote control, was woken up by the sound. After waking up, she watched as the red dot moved further and further away from the castle. The light in her eyes dimmed. She had always known that he would find a chance to leave. Bojo knew that this place couldn't trap the Almighty. She had been prepared. But when it really happened, she would still think that it would be good if the Almighty was willing to stay by her side. It wouldn't be to investigate her, and he would just stay by her side. But on second thought, she was still too naive. After the Almighty found out about her identity, he wouldn't be like before. Creak. The door opened. The old butler walked in. He had wanted to tell Bojo about the matter, but when he saw the red dot on the computer screen, he reached for the teapot with his gloved hand and poured another cup of tea. "Young lord, you know everything. It's time for the Almighty to leave." Bojo's words seemed to be directed at herself. If the Almighty doesn't go back, Movie Queen will be anxious. Besides, he has to deal with the case. The old butler felt uncomfortable if he didn't ask. "What's so good about young Master Qin?" Bojo stood up and smiled. "Grandfather Butler. MMH. He's the Lewis that you mentioned." Bojo smiled. "The pet that I always talk about." The old butler stilled, his eyes filled with shock since he hadn't thought about it before. He hadn't known that the little boy was related to the Yin family. Back then, he had been taking care of his young lord in the castle, and had only heard about the past. He had only heard that his name was Lewis. How could he have guessed that it was the Qin family from China? The old butler frowned. "But looking at his behavior, he doesn't seem to remember you, young master. He doesn't even have an impression of your English name. Your interactions during this period of time have really affected young master's judgment of a person. He has always preferred to use his real name, and doesn't like to use his English name. He only used it a few times during the galas and never used it after that." Bojo glanced over. As for the rest, he did a special mission, and after that, he lost almost all his childhood memories. "It's normal that he doesn't remember me." The old butler didn't say anything. He knew deep down. If it was the Lewis that his young lord had always talked about when they were young, his young lord wouldn't be able to resist. That fellow should really read his young lord's diary. As an elder, there were some things that Bojo didn't need to explain for the old butler to understand. Moreover, he was a doctor. Selective amnesia meant that this person was psychologically traumatized. If he forcefully recovered, it would mean tearing open the wound deep in his heart. Moreover, that person's identity was destined to be different from his young lord's. This was probably the reason why his young lord didn't tell him the truth. As Z, she shouldered the responsibility of not going against the rules, even if that would lead to darkness and loneliness for the rest of her life. The old butler glanced at the screen again. Little Blackie didn't activate the alarm system, which meant that his young lord had changed the settings. What a pity. He had done so much. The other party might not have noticed. Just as he was thinking about this, another sound came from the other computer. Bojio placed the remote control in her hand and supported herself with one hand on the table. She flipped over and sat on the chair elegantly. She looked at the message displayed on the screen, and her gaze deepened. Then she glanced up at the clock hanging on the wall. It seemed like she wouldn't be able to wait for Hoshino. The other party moved quickly. From the information, he had already filtered out 3 castles. This set was in the other party's main search area. At such a time became more important. But as an intelligent navigation system that loved to talk about life, what was she most afraid of? She was most afraid of the sudden silence in the car. Hence, following the principle of divine assistance, the intelligent navigation system fluctuated and showed a curve. Hello, Master's little vixen. I feel that I need to introduce myself. My name is Lamborghini Blackie. In order to give you a better driving experience, I can help you with the detailed route navigation analysis. Little vixen? Chinemo turned the steering wheel with one hand and lifted his eyelids. Even if he didn't have eyes, little Blackie, who could analyze people's emotions from their voices, felt that the car was a little cold. He said decisively, "Of course the title Little Vixen is Master's nickname for you. I understand your feelings. After all, you were just drugged and would still be angry. Before Master drugged you, I stopped her. After all, it wasn't a good idea." It was undeniable that little Blackie was very flexible in this aspect. But what little Blackie didn't expect was, "Oh, is that so?" The man's voice didn't change at all. "I quite like it when your master drugged me." Little Blackie. As a car navigation system, this was the first time it was speechless. At this moment, what should it reply? Let it use the powerful network to search. Unfortunately, before little Blackie could react, Chinemo opened his mouth again. Chinemo added, "Of course I prefer being tied up by your master. You helped me a lot in this aspect, but what you did afterwards wasn't very wise, such as stopping her from drugging me." Little Blackie. "Master, the little vixen you like is so scary." "He isn't a little vixen, he is a big devil. In the future, when your master asks you any questions." Chinemo moved his fingers. "Don't stop her. Otherwise, I will think that you like to be washed." Little Blackie's intelligent system collapsed. How did this man know that it had been washed many times by Master? Open your recent driving record. Chinmo's thin lips moved slightly as he waited for the red light. At this moment, the intelligent system was strict. "Sorry, young Master Chin, you don't have the authority to view it." "Is that so?" Chinemo laughed. Little Blackie felt an inexplicable chill in its body. However, it was as firm as the system was. "It's fine if you don't want to say." Chinmo's voice was calm. "I just want to know who she saw in the past 2 days. If he was a human, he might not be able to hear the emotions in his words." But little Blackie was intelligent. It immediately received the signal and replied, "Young Master Chin, you don't have to be jealous. My master thinks about how to sleep with you every day. No one has seen it before. Sleeping with you is what she wants to do the most." Chinemo arched a brow. "Black Lamborghini. Go ahead." Chinemo asked slowly, "How does she want to sleep with me?" "She has done the strategy and is especially serious. Master also said that Chinemo is the only beauty in the world. It's a pity she can't sleep with him." Little Blackie wouldn't hold back when it came to small talk. Basically, it's about sex. But Master said that sex isn't reliable because in the end, she will be the one being sex. Words to the readers, be careful with the plot. 4-in-1. Thank you for the monthly tickets. Chapter 11:19. Little Blackie thought that it would say so much. The other party would definitely have some response. However, the air suddenly became quiet again. This was the first time Little Blackie couldn't analyze the emotions of humans. Master, tell me the truth. Where did you find such a big demon? Time passed slowly. At this moment, 5 black cars passed by from the west on another road. It was obvious that the people in the cars weren't good people. It wasn't that people with scars were bad people. It was mainly because of their gazes. There were many animals on this road. However, when they drove past, they didn't care whether they would hit the cicadere or the birds that were flying in the sky. There were many bushes in this area, but there were very few people. Have you confirmed the location? Where are we going? One of them chewed gum in his mouth. He was wearing a black combat uniform and had a gun on his shoulder. It was legal to own a gun overseas. Moreover, they were in the suburbs. What's the rush? They will pay us anyway. The person who spoke was driving. He wore sunglasses and there was a scar under his eyelid. But, are we really going to do it? We'll do it for money. No, haven't you heard that? You can go against anyone but Z. If that's the case, no one will sell us information in the future. What are you afraid of? As long as we do it without anyone knowing, no one will know that we did it. Someone glanced over. Leopard, are you still holding a grudge against Z for sending you to prison a few years ago? F***ck, I only slept with a little girl at that time. That Z is really a busybody. The person called Leopard sneered. His eyes were filled with bloodthirst. Now that I'm out, it's time for Z to pay the price. I still feel that it's dangerous to act rashly. Maybe we should reconsider. Kos, do you mean that you want to betray our new organization? Leopard turned around and glared at Kos viciously. Kos's fingers froze. He could clearly see the murderous intent in his partner's eyes. He wanted to use his gun to protect himself. However, someone beat him to it and shot him in the chest. Then, the person pushed the car door open and pushed the wide-eyed Kos out of the car. This is the result of hesitation. Leopard retracted his gaze, determined to win. Continue. Our new organization isn't afraid of anything. Originally, Kos and Leopard were on equal footing in this group of mercenaries. But now these people knew that they had to listen to Leopard. Moreover, they also felt that Kos no longer had the sharpness of the past. So what if the other party was the king of hackers? Once the true location of the other party was found, the king of hackers would be no different from being crippled. After all, no matter how great a hacker was, he was only good on the internet. Once he left the internet, what was the use? If they could really destroy Z, their value in the industry would also double. Even if they didn't succeed, they wouldn't be blamed. After all, they had an organization behind them. No matter how he thought about it, it was a profitable thing, so why wouldn't he do it? Leopard, hurry up and ask for information. I can't wait to kill them all. Wait. Leopard held the receiver and smiled viciously. Found it. North. This was bound to be a slaughter. Sitting in front of the computer, Fan Jia glanced at the locked castle, her lips curling upwards. She wanted to see that person die with her own eyes. Fan Jia sat in the last car. She wouldn't alight. She would only post the mission on the computer. Leopard was addicted to drugs and was easy to control. After all, he used to be her brother's man. She trusted him before. Anyone who was her brother would have been hypnotized in the past. In that case, it would be much easier to use him. Fan Jia glanced at the screen again. Her gaze was filled with venom. Once this person died, she would take over the entire hacker world. Z. The obstacle that had been hindering her all this time. There were only 2 families living around the castle. The 2 families didn't know why. The old butler, who was rumored to be a weirdo, actually knocked on their door in the afternoon. He was still wearing a well-ironed suit, a pocket watch, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like an old noble deacon. He was holding a tray in his hand, and his smile was very appropriate, giving off a very elegant feeling. These are freshly baked cookies. The children should like them very much. However, if it's convenient, it's better for you to plan a trip this afternoon. The vacation can be for 3 days. Our master received news that there will be bandits coming. Bandits? The female owner inhaled deeply. She looked at him as if he was joking. What era was this? How could there be bandits? At this moment, the male owner walked over. After hearing this, he thought for a moment and said to the female owner, "Go pack your things." "Hey Jack." The female owner still felt that it was ridiculous. Jack smiled. "This is the first time our neighbor is here. We should listen to him. Honestly, I feel that it isn't simple for them to live in that castle. Look around. What else is there apart from our farm? Pack your things. It's good for the children to go out and play." The female owner shook her head and left. The old butler was about to leave. However, his pants were tugged by a little girl. The old butler lowered his head. Whenever he met such a small child, he would mysteriously become serious. Luckily, the little girl mustered up her courage and placed a letter in his hand. "This is for little brother. Please help me tell him to wait for me to grow up. I will marry him. I really like his drone." The old butler smiled. The little brother that this child was talking about was the young master? "I'm afraid your wish won't come true." "Why?" The little girl was very disappointed. At this moment, a little boy walked over and didn't speak. The old butler continued, "Because she has someone she likes. Also, she's like you, a princess." The little girl was obviously stunned. When her eyes widened, she looked really cute. However, she wasn't as cute as when the young master was young. The old butler thought to himself. He still remembered the first time he picked the young master up. The young master was wearing a set of clothes with a little tiger on it. She held a small keyboard in her hands and looked up at him. She wasn't scared by the seriousness on his face at all. She wasn't afraid of the scar on his face either. Her eyes were big and round, black and clear. "Grandfather Butler, this is my welcome gift to you." A piece of candy. That was the first time he received a gift from a child. After all, many people would be scared to tears by him. But the young master had always been alone from the beginning. For a long time, her playmate was the small keyboard in her arms. She even told him with a serious face that this keyboard was different from the others. This was the one that her pet had disassembled and pressed on for her, until the keyboard couldn't be used anymore. The young master dragged a teddy bear and watched as the garbage truck took it away. At that time, young Lord looked at him and said, "Actually, I secretly left him an address, but he didn't come looking for me. Grandpa Butler, do you think my pet is angry with me? He really likes to get angry, and I always like to provoke him. He definitely can't tell if I'm joking or if I'm serious." Now the young master had grown up. She watched as that person walked away. One could imagine her feelings. The old butler looked at the tall figure standing in front of the window. He paused for a moment before walking over. "I've already informed him. He probably won't implicate innocent people." "That's good." Bojio retracted her gaze. Actually, her thoughts were still wandering. When she pushed the door open, her gaze landed on the wooden chair subconsciously. It had only been 2 to 3 days and the Almighty liked to sit there. He must have jumped from the window. He even called her a wall-climbing student. The Almighty's wall-climbing skills were probably on par with hers. Bojio lowered her lids and looked at the traces left behind. She smiled and turned back. She reached out to wear her mask, her gaze dark and penetrating. At the same time, everyone in the black car had loaded their guns with bullets. The leader had a murderous look on his face. "Let's go, brothers." As they drove forward, there was some fog. That wasn't all. They wanted to kill someone secretly so they couldn't drive in. It only took 15 minutes to reach the castle. It wasn't far, and they didn't want to alert the enemy. Fan Jia alighted as well, holding her notebook in her hands. 9 o'clock. "You aren't your brother, don't order me around." Leopard turned and glanced at her. A cold glint flashed past Fanjia's eyes. "You seem to have forgotten what my brother said before he left." Leopard stiffened. "All right, you're in command. Don't go in a single direction. Block all the paths around the castle, and don't let Z escape. Also, I want to see how he looks like." Fanjia narrowed her eyes. "Besides, I heard that Z is an expert in disguise. Don't let anyone you meet, even if it's an ordinary passerby, kill them all." Sure. In the eyes of this group of people, human lives were worthless. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them outlaws. Some people would be righteous even in the underworld. Righteousness meant that they wouldn't touch children. Among all the criminals in prison, people like Leopard were the ones they looked down on the most. But he blamed everything he had suffered on Bojio. In his heart, if it wasn't for Z, those people wouldn't have found him. Moreover, he had done things cleanly. The little girl had been scared out of her wits. She couldn't even testify as there wasn't any crucial evidence. He was about to be released without any charges. It was all Z's fault. Why did she have to interfere? He had thought of using the same method to send Z to prison. He had even worked with some detectives who wanted to make a contribution. But Z was too hard to catch. Now he finally had a chance. He changed his mind. He wouldn't let Z die so easily. He had to humiliate this person enough, and then shoot him dead with one shot. There were 5 cars. They had a complete set of equipment. Almost every one of them had at least 3 guns. There were a total of 15 of them, and they were all mercenaries. They approached their destination silently. The quiet castle was the same as before. At this time, the pigeons would land in the courtyard and eat the food that had been scattered there. White roses bloomed on the vines and extended to the other side of the castle. Faintly, they could hear people making pastries. They didn't seem to notice the danger around them. At this moment, Leopard had reached the courtyard. He smiled. "Come on, boys. Let's give Z a surprise." The person standing next to him threw a grenade in after hearing his words. There was a loud bang. Leopard carried his gun and entered with his men. He fired at the inside of the door. The actions of this group of people were very barbaric. The pigeons flew up in fright. The female owner, who was already far away from the surroundings of the castle, sat in the car and frowned. "What's that sound? Mommy, is it little brother's house releasing fireworks? Oh, I should have stayed behind. That way, I can watch little brother." The little girl ate the biscuits. The male owner's fingers paused. "Maylin, prepare the gun." "Okay." In foreign countries, some people with farms had the right to carry guns. The female owner wasn't stupid. She could hear that the sound just now wasn't simple. She turned and looked behind her. "Is it really okay?" The male owner didn't say anything. He had a bad feeling. However, he couldn't be sure. He didn't know who the owner of the castle had offended. The smoke caused by the small explosives dissipated. More than 10 people carried their guns and looked around. They didn't see anyone. The tea on the table was still steaming. The temperature hadn't dissipated. There were also the biscuits on the table and the silver fruit plate on the ground. Everything showed that there was someone in the castle. At this moment, the person beside him suddenly pointed in the direction of the 2nd floor. "There's a figure there. 2nd floor, by the window. Trying to escape?" Leopard narrowed his eyes and gestured behind him. The few of them went upstairs in an instant. The 2 on the left and right guarded the bedroom door. Leopard kicked the door open and entered. He raised his gun and pointed it at the figure behind the curtain. He smiled. "Z, come out. Let's have a good talk. I didn't expect the famous Z to be afraid. Aren't you very arrogant?" The figure didn't move. Leopard scoffed. "Looks like you want me to invite you out. What king of hackers? Without the internet, you're just useless." As he spoke, Leopard raised his gun and aimed at the figure's long legs. There was a loud bang. Everyone's expression changed. This sound wasn't right. Leopard took a big step forward and reached out to pull the curtain. The person standing there wasn't a living person. It was a humanoid model. When he got closer, it said, "Ha! Who are you calling useless?" Chapter 11:20. Leopard took a big step forward and reached out to pull the curtain. He saw that the person standing there was not a living person at all, but a humanoid model. When he approached, it even said, "Who are you calling trash?" When the mercenaries saw the model, their expressions changed. They turned green and felt indescribably embarrassed. Coupled with the sound, everyone understood that they had been tricked. Leopard was the most furious. He swept the model furiously. "Where is Z?" Leopard pressed the Bluetooth earpiece beside his ear. His words were directed at Fangjia. This model must be controlled by Z using the internet. "Find Z." Fanjia knew that she had to find the person. However, when she entered the internet area, she realized that she couldn't break through the firewall. She couldn't find the person. Suddenly, a red dot flashed. Fanjia immediately pressed the lock button. First floor. First floor? One of them frowned. We just came from the first floor. We didn't see anyone. He's on the first floor. Fanjia narrowed her eyes. Z made a defense, but there are so many machines. There will definitely be loopholes. Just now, Z wanted the model to speak and he had to give the command first. In this way, Z's position would be exposed. I can find that spot in an instant. Z is on the first floor. The mercenaries glanced at each other. Go downstairs. Leopard ordered. The mercenary closest to the door had just walked out of the bedroom when he saw an electric toy car that we used to play with when we were young. The only difference was that this toy car looked much cooler. It was probably made of a different material. What is this? The mercenary frowned. He was about to lift his leg when a loud bang was heard. He and the other two mercenaries behind him were blasted from the second floor. He and the two people behind him were blasted down from the second floor. Their necks were crooked and they never got up again. F***CK. Leopard cursed. Where the hell is Z? Also, aren't you a hacker? Can you make these D***MN things stop? Fanjia was frustrated. I'm thinking of a way. You guys can avoid them. Leopard cursed again. When he walked down, he had just reached the staircase when a small toy car ran over. The car was a real replica with the Land Rover logo. It had a valiant and high-spirited air. When all the mercenaries saw the small toy car, they stopped in their tracks in an instant. They didn't even dare to take a big step forward. It was a classic scene. The remaining 10 or so people were trying to find a way to avoid the small toy car. Leopard used one hand to support himself on the stairs beside him and jumped down. However, at this moment, someone pointed outside the window. One of them suddenly pointed outside the window. His eyes were wide open, shaking back and forth. The mercenaries all looked in the direction their companions were pointing. Their eyes met with the drones that flew up like dragonflies and circled around the castle, eyeing them covetously. It was Bojio's voice, lazy and mischievous. Tisk, stupid people can't be cured. Did you think I would place all the mechanisms in the toy car? Who are you looking down on, Leopard? Leopard would never forget this voice. Back then, this was the person who had sent him to prison. He had almost been unable to escape, and had even been sentenced to death. I seem to have forgotten to welcome you. Bojio was dressed in a black leather jacket. She had a pair of earphones on her ears. Her lips were curved upwards. Beneath her silver hair was a beautiful face. Don't worry, you will definitely like the feast. Leopard was about to speak. There was a swoosh. The drones gathered together. Every one of them was aimed at a single point. Leopard's expression changed. He shouted, "Move aside." But it was too late. The sound of a machine gun rang out. It swept across the area. With the crisp sound of glass shattering, 3 or 4 of the mercenaries were gone. These mercenaries were skilled. That was why they had been able to dodge in that instant. But even if they had managed to dodge, they would have been severely injured. They leaned against the sofa or the wall, not daring to lift their heads. No one could go head-to-head with the drones. They had thought that they could avoid them by hiding under the sofa. But in the next second, the drones seemed to have seen them. The drones seemed to have seen where they were. They circled around the sofa and flew above their heads. F***CK. Leopard cursed. He was like a rat that was running away in a panic. Bojio's fingers flew across the keyboard. She had switched on a total of 4 computers. The image on each computer was the scene in the living room. There were even surveillance cameras around the castle. Looking at the scene, her lips curled up. It's been a year since we last met, and some of you have become more daring. Didn't anyone tell you that us hackers won't go against anyone in the underworld? But if you want to go against us and come to my place to cause trouble, then don't even think about going back. With that, Bojio moved her fingers. The drones changed their direction again. They started sweeping towards the mercenaries who wanted to shoot the drones. Leopard broke out in a cold sweat. He leaned against the wall. Even his breathing had changed. Someone was starting to feel afraid. He said to Leopard. Boss, why don't we go back? Z is right. We shouldn't go against the hackers. Shut up. Leopard narrowed his eyes. Fine, Z. At this moment, Fanjia said. Cameras, there are cameras in the house. Shoot them down, and the drones won't be able to find your location. Leopard looked up at the rotating cameras. He raised his gun, rolled, and shot down one of the cameras. Swoosh. One of the images on Bojio's side turned white. She raised a brow. Her expression didn't change. But in the living room, shooting down the camera would indeed create a blind spot. The drones in the castle weren't that advanced. Leopard could finally stand up straight. He took the opportunity when the drones seemed to have lost their target. He raised his gun and fired. There were 2 sounds of gunshots. 2 of the drones fell to the ground. The firepower was greatly reduced. The remaining 4 mercenaries also raised the guns in their hands and took the opportunity to shoot down the other 2. This meant that there were only 4 drones floating in the air. These people were all mercenaries. They had extraordinary battle experience. They reacted quickly and stood in the blind spot. That was where the cameras couldn't see them. They raised their guns and shot down another drone that tried to get close. Bang! Bang! As the last drone landed, a destructive smile appeared on Leopard's face again. There was a hint of murderous intent in it. Z, your last weapon is gone. Aren't you going to come out? There was no sound. After a burst of smoke, the castle became very quiet. However, the quieter it was, the more vigilant the people were, the more alert they would be. Bojio smiled. She held a metal rod in her hand and wore a black mask. Then she lifted her long legs and sat on a black tomahawk. Before she left, she pressed her finger down. The drone that had fallen to the ground suddenly exploded with a loud noise. The 5 mercenaries who were still feeling smug were blasted far away. Leopard, who had just boasted, felt dizzy. He swayed back and forth. He wanted to stand up. One of the mercenaries who wasn't injured shouted, Boss! Before he could raise his head, the sound of a motorcycle came from his right. It wasn't coming from the first floor. It came from the middle of the forest. It lifted the front wheels and rushed into the living room. Then it raised its metal rod. It waved it elegantly. There was a loud bang. Leopard was knocked to the ground by the stick. It was so painful that he almost stopped breathing at that moment. He shouted, Shoot! But in reality, when the mercenary saw the black motorcycle rushing towards them, his fingers were already numb from the shock. He didn't know where the youngster got her viciousness from. Before he could even react, an iron rod was already in front of him. When Bojio did this action, the moment she swung the rod, there seemed to be a sharp gust of wind. Her jacket flew up along with it. He was dressed in a black leather suit and looked very cool. Coupled with his silver hair, he looked very handsome. The moment the mercenary fell, the deepest impression he had was the pair of deep and pure eyes under the black mask. It was too dark. It was so dark that he could only feel the indifference in it. He remembered the warning they had received before they came. That warning was like this. You can offend anyone but young Lord Z of the hacker world. But they didn't care. Wasn't he just a powerful person on the internet? Could he be more powerful than them in real life? But now the mercenaries regretted it. They were wiped out. There were more than 10 of them, and they entered the castle. They were beaten up by a single person, and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. In the hall, Bojio held the handlebars of the motorcycle with one hand, and stopped with a beautiful swing. One of her long legs stretched out, and the tip of her foot was on the ground. She looked down at the mercenaries lying on the ground. At that moment, they felt that they weren't looking at a hacker but a Grim Reaper from a comic. A Grim Reaper with an outstanding aura, and holding a metal rod. Bojio exerted force with her left hand, and the motorcycle slid forward. She stopped in front of Leopard. Someone like you is actually alive. It seems like throwing you in jail isn't enough. Z. Leopard hated this person to the core. At this moment, even his shout was filled with anger. His chest was heaving up and down as though he was going to fight someone with all his might. Bojio didn't get down from the motorcycle. She just looked at him and said calmly, You're not convinced? Hold it in. Leopard narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have realized something. He wanted to continue stalling for time, but his hand touched a gun. He was about to raise his hand. Bojo swung the rod again. This time it hit his wrist. There was a crisp sound. Then she swung the rod again. Leopard was in so much pain that his body curled up. He broke out in cold sweat, and his entire body twitched a few times. He lay there and didn't get up again. In the end, there was only one mercenary left. The mercenary was extremely afraid. He should have listened to Kos. He shouldn't have barged in. He would definitely die too. Go back and tell the person who hired you that they don't have to look for me anymore. I will go and look for them. The mercenary heard the sound of the metal rod sliding across the floor. He looked at the tall and straight youngster standing against the light. When he opened his mouth, the taste of blood filled his mouth. He didn't dare to make another move even though the gun was right beside his hand. The mercenary knew very well that the girl who had instructed them to follow behind them must have escaped. They thought that it was foolproof, and that they would be able to quietly destroy Z's nest. But who would have thought that they would be the ones being destroyed? That wasn't all. They didn't even see each other's faces. The mercenary watched as the pure black tomahawk made another turn. Just like when it came, it was extremely swift and fierce. The only thing that could be seen was the gust of wind behind the youngster the moment he took off his black mask. The mercenary's thoughts were right. When things were too late, Fanjia had already escaped in the car. Fanjia had already fled in her car. It could be described as deathly pale. It could only be described as deathly pale. She also didn't expect that Z would be so cunning. When she was attacking the network, Z showed her a fake IP. She didn't expect Z to be so cunning. When she was attacking the network, Z showed her a fake IP. Fanjia had always thought that Z was on the first floor, but in reality, Z wasn't even in the castle. Fanjia had seen the figure jump out. From the start, she had wanted to move, but she realized that everything was too fast. Every time the metal rod landed, she could almost hear the sound of bones breaking. She couldn't handle such skills. She had thought that Leopard's sneak attack would succeed, but Fanjia tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Her gaze was dark. The more Z behaved like this, the more she hated him. She remembered what her brother had said. That year, in order to kill Z, her brother had used many methods. After that, he had left many traps just to clear this obstacle. However, Z's psychological defense was very low. She wasn't like Qin Mo. If Qin Mo hadn't appeared at that time to block the hypnosis for Z, Z would have been crippled. Hence, her brother had always been afraid of Qin Mo. Even after being hypnotized, he was still able to control himself at that moment. But the past was the past. Now was the present. In Qin Mo's heart, the most important person to him was already dead. The most important person to him was already dead, which meant that he had a psychological defect a long time ago. She had to think of a way. She had to think of a way. She had to get Qin Mo first. When the time came, she would use Qin Mo to deal with Z. Someone must have leaked the information for this operation. The information couldn't have been leaked from their side. Could it be that hacker? Fanjia's gaze turned vicious. She had really thought too little. She hadn't expected that a person could use a special method to send out a signal before he died. They must have had a special method. Otherwise, she would have been able to discover it when she was monitoring the other party's network. No matter what, she wouldn't let Z continue to live. It would be best for Qin Mo to deal with Z. Chapter 11:21. In the distance, the last ray of light disappeared. The surroundings of the castle returned to its original state. It was still covered with trees. There was only a pure black tomahawk passing through the sunset on the straight asphalt road. One could vaguely hear the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind. On this day, all the hackers sent out a declaration of war. They would never sell information to the organization that planned the maiden's sacrifice. From today onwards, they would never stop tracking the organization. Fanjia, who had been driving away in a hurry, hadn't realized the consequences of her actions. Until a call came in. His voice was deep. Before you went, I told you not to make a move on 5th Avenue. If you make a move there, you won't be able to gain anything. I also told you not to attempt to capture Z. Now that you're doing this, it seems like we're in a passive position. Even our business is affected. Have you thought about the consequences of being tracked by so many hackers? The screen didn't show the person on the other end of the call. From Fanjia's expression, it wasn't hard to tell that she was both fearful and respectful of the person. I didn't think it through, but I already thought of a way to deal with Z. We will start with Qin Mo and let him deal with Z. You won't be able to get close to Z. You won't be able to get close to Qin Mo either. The voice on the other end of the call calmed down. Fifth Avenue isn't our home ground. Compared to what you have in mind, it's better to kill more Chinese in America, so that the troops at the border won't focus on our organization. As for Qin Mo, he paused. I received news that someone intends to let him return to the army to carry out the mission to wipe us out. Once Qin Mo and the people he brought out are in the army, we will be in trouble. However, there is something that is beneficial to us. If Qin Mo comes, I can reactivate the hint your brother planted in his mind. Once our plan is complete, we will follow your plan and let Qin Mo deal with Z. Now you should continue with your actions and create as much chaos as you can. Continue with my plan, create more murders. Fanjia wasn't stupid. She calmed down and thought about it. That was indeed the right thing to do. There were many people in this world. As long as they were around, the maiden's sacrifice could be completed easily. No matter how capable Z was, he could only stop the incident. He couldn't control human nature. She knew this better than that person. Just watch. Their game of chess would not end so easily. The girl she had chosen should be making her move now. Indeed, that girl still did not know that something had happened to her father. She had always liked to talk about her father's profession on the internet, and she had never thought that it was because of her vanity that she had chosen someone as a chess piece. It was just that no one who was a pawn felt that they were being used. Or rather, they were willing to do some things. For example, right now, the girl had left a comment under the author who was defending his rights. This is so annoying. As a viewer, all I care about is whether I can continue reading what I've read. Both sides are fans, and I'm simply reading the book. I don't care about copyright infringement, but I feel that the original author is quite pretentious. First, he dug his own grave, and that's not enough. The original author's mother is still holding on to this matter, and in the end, he still dug his own grave. I'll say it again, I'm just stating the facts. What shocked her was that there was still a group of people replying to her. I think so too. Besides, copyright infringement is a matter of opinion. Even if it's a plagiarism, I still like to read it. Similarly, I'm a fan of both sides and have the same thoughts as the original poster. I sincerely hope that we can coexist peacefully. The fans of the original author have no manners and are too overbearing. Every comment was filled with extremely twisted views, but the accomplices felt that they were all charming little angels. Especially this girl. After leaving her comment online, she left the house. After all, the contact had told her that if the person she hated wanted to be punished, she had to do something herself. If she needed to do something, there were letters and tools in the mailbox. As long as she went to retrieve it and follow the method provided, it would be fine. It was obvious that the girl was very happy. It was really enough of those people who claimed to be righteous on the internet. These people were either too young or a bunch of poor villagers who did not even have the most basic upbringing. She had only said a sentence that couldn't be any more normal. And those people said that her values were not right. The internet was really too violent. However, this did not affect her at all. She had never been able to communicate with stupid people. But until today, why hadn't her father transferred her money? Didn't he know that her expenses abroad were very high? It would be her birthday in 2 days. How she planned her birthday party would directly affect her status in the Chinese community. It had not been easy for her to get to know her current group of friends. If the money was not in place, the people in the circle would definitely think that her family was not rich enough. At the thought of this, the girl became slightly annoyed. She decided to call her family to hurry up and give her money after she took the things in the mailbox. The mailbox in the school was very long. It was like a small cabinet. After opening it, the things inside could be seen. The girl's lips were still curled up until she opened the cabinet door. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. It was as if her action had touched a switch. It was indeed so. because someone was waiting for him here. They were all detectives. When they saw that the person who came to the mailbox was really a girl, their eyes all widened. After all, the prediction was too accurate. The man who was leading the team was relatively calm, because he knew very well how capable Qin was. When Qin came to find him, he had a premonition that the case was about to be solved. As expected. But after seeing the girl's innocent appearance, he couldn't help but ask, "Qin, how did you lock onto the target?" When the girl heard this sentence in English, she subconsciously looked in that direction. There was a silhouette standing against the light. The silhouette had one hand in his pocket and was leaning against the mailbox. He exuded an aura that did not belong here. I've used the killer's method to try to contact someone. Whoever comes to the mailbox to get something is obviously an accomplice in the next case. Qin Emo walked out, his figure becoming clearer and clearer. The girl finally saw the outline of his face clearly. She had never encountered such a thing before. He was surrounded by so many police detectives in America. The girl's face was pale, and she kept shouting that she wanted to see the people from the consulate. Qin Emo didn't even want to look at her, even though he knew that there was a high possibility that she would be sent back due to lack of evidence. After all, she wasn't the murderer. However, this kind of person was no different from a direct murderer. Ever since the case appeared, Qin Emo had been wondering if these people were related in some way. After all, the mastermind behind all of this would not just find a random person to help him. Therefore, there must be some kind of connection between them. He didn't think of it. Really think through the most important thing. It was when he was about to leave the castle. He pulled up all the information on a certain person's computer and opened the previous preview record. All the people who were chosen in a certain case were either defending the thief, feeling that infringement didn't matter, or saying that they were fans of both sides. They had something in common. These people were accomplices in the beginning, but in the end, they were targeted by the murderer and cleaned up. They had something in common. All of them had made similar comments. And before they died, all of them had looked for this person, saying that they didn't like the person they saw and wanted to teach that person a lesson. The reply they received was that they needed to do something personally. After doing these things, they would be cleaned up by the new people, an endless cycle of evil. And after finding this common point, Qin Emo asked Fatty to filter countless, only locking onto the foreign IP. After locking onto them, he asked Fatty to send each of them a message. The content was sent in a grid, and the words were exactly the same as the content they had received previously. There was always a person behind this case who had never shown his face. It was this person who had never shown his face, using the darkness in everyone's hearts to carry out the murder. And if he wanted to make someone an accomplice, the last step would be to let them use the mailbox to get the tools. After Qin Emo grasped this point, he sent a message and waited for the person to come by the mailbox. The girl still wanted to argue, but it was already useless. The police detectives here weren't to be trifled with. Faced with such a vicious case, they all made the best adjustments. In just one day, using the method Qin Emo said, they caught no less than 6 Chinese girls in various places where they studied and grew up. Once this cycle was broken, it would be difficult to reconnect. But the police detectives in charge of this matter still felt a chill down their backs. If these 6 people weren't arrested by them, it meant that there would be the next victim. But thinking about this carefully, some of these victims were innocent, and some were accomplices themselves, but they were just cleaned up. If it hadn't been for those accomplices, the first victim wouldn't have died. In other words, this was a case of an accomplice harming people. Compared to the direct murder of the murderer, it made people's hearts heavier. It was difficult for them to type out such a report and hand it in. Fortunately, this evil cycle was broken by them. If it hadn't been for Qin, they wouldn't have thought it would be such a case. With this thought, the detective looked towards Qin Emo, walked over, and patted his shoulder with his left hand. With a sigh he said, "Qin, let's have a drink later. Let me thank you properly." Chapter 1122. Other matters? What other matters? Wasn't the case under control? The chief inspector didn't understand. Foreigners always looked a little confused when they were confused. Please refer to the question mark picture of a black man. At this time, the sky outside was completely dark. There was also a Lamborghini parked in the university. It was not uncommon to see sports cars of the same price in the university. Therefore, the pure black Lamborghini did not look too flashy. Of course, that was just an illusion. Ever since the Lamborghini was parked here, it had been very boring. He felt bored because his master's little fairy didn't turn off its intelligence system. When Xiaohei was bored, it began to scan its companions. Its master always laughed at it for not having eyes. Did she think that its rearview mirror was dead? It tries to say hello to the narrator's Land Rover. The Land Rover was cold and aloof, ignoring it. In the end, it figured out that other than itself, the rest of the cars shouldn't be intelligent. This feeling of being the only one awake while the world was asleep was very comfortable. Let's play some music to get high. Just as the smart navigation system fluctuated, a university professor happened to be driving and was shocked by the sudden movement of the car next to him. There was no one in the car, so how did the music come out? The professor tilted his head to take a closer look. Is there a problem with my car? A faint voice came into his ears. No, it's very cool. The university professor smiled. He must have wanted to see how the car could play music on its own. Qin Emo walked to the side of the car, whispered the password, and pulled the door open. After the car beside him left, he said, "Didn't your master tell you that if you suddenly make a sound, people will treat it as a supernatural event?" Master said that you don't have to care about these details. Qin Emo remained silent, turning the steering wheel with one hand. The navigation system became serious at this moment. It had to be serious. Its owner's little vixen never played by the book. Where do you want to go? Automatically guide the route. Qin Emo tilted his handsome and elegant face. He seemed to be a little silent. Finally, he said, "Let's go back to the castle." Back to the castle? The black Lamborghini was shocked. Was this person crazy? It was one thing for him to willingly be kidnapped, but now he still wanted to return to the castle? It really couldn't understand such complicated humans. However, if Master saw that her little fairy was going back, she would definitely be happy. She would definitely be happy. The smart navigation system could also analyze fluctuations. Sometimes it was true that they would ask questions. In the face of such a question, Qinmo's voice was calm. If I leave after sleeping with me, wouldn't I be letting your master have it easy? The black Lamborghini thought. What a devil. Check if there's a Burger King nearby. Qinmo didn't seem to care about the erratic navigation. Black Lamborghini. We need to take a detour. Go around. One word, simple and clear. The black Lamborghini was now wondering whose car it belonged to. He thought he would wait outside for a while. She didn't expect the man to order takeout, so she just put it aside and didn't eat it. As a smart car, the Lamborghini had some analytical abilities. Master buys this every time he comes out. She likes to eat this kind of junk food. Qinmo's voice carried his usual nonchalance. The black Lamborghini fluctuated again. So you bought this one? Don't you know that your master loves to feed me? It's convenient to feed her with fries and chicken strips. Black Lamborghini. In order to let master feed you, you even brought your own tools? How shameless. Why did it feel that the information it had received from its master was all wrong? This great demon king was clearly enjoying it. It felt that master seemed to have misunderstood something. When there was a chance, it would tell master about this devil's scheme. In fact, Qinmo bought these things not only because he wanted to be fed, but also because he knew that she liked to eat these things. If he came out like this today, she would definitely be depressed. He didn't have time to buy sweets. He was worried that if he took too much time, a certain someone's imagination would run wild. Hence, he bought a bag of chicken strips. At least when she saw food, she wouldn't always droop her ears. Even though she still looked pretty, he felt uncomfortable every time he looked at her. Thinking about that fellow's furry head drooping and her listless look, Qinmo instinctively accelerated to the maximum. The Batmobile sped up very quickly. In an instant, it overtook 4 cars and swept towards the bridge. The night sky of New Yao was revealed at this time. The dazzling lights were like stars in the sky. One could hear the music coming from the sports car. Such a scene gradually faded when they reached the outskirts. The castle in the depths of the forest was always very quiet. But today, this tranquility was too much. There wasn't even a single light. Even the torches outside weren't lit. From afar, only the outline of the castle could be seen. Qin Mo stopped the car. His uninjured hand was still holding the takeaway bag. The moment his eyes saw the castle, there wasn't a trace of warmth in them. He hurried over and pushed open the destroyed door. Even without the light, with his experience, he could see that there were traces of fighting and explosions. Qin Mo had never felt like this before. His entire body stiffened. Then he strode down the basement. The only thing he could think of was that if something had happened, that fellow might have avoided the attack in the basement. But she didn't. There was no one in the basement. Qin Mo forced himself to calm down. Even when he pressed the answer button, his fingers were trembling slightly. Young master? The shadow guards didn't expect young master to turn on the receiver at this time. After all, when he was alone with young master Jiu, he would definitely block them. Qin Mo took a deep breath. He gripped the staircase railing as if this was the only way to clear his mind. Go and find out which mercenary organization has been mobilized recently. I want to know the results immediately. Hearing the voice on the other end of the earpiece, the shadow guards glanced at each other and immediately replied, yes. They had never heard young master order them in such a tone. What exactly happened over there? Probably no one could understand Qin Mo's feelings at this moment. He stood there, as if there was an unbearable emptiness in his chest. He just stood there emptily. At that moment, he thought about many things. The most important thing he thought about was that he shouldn't go out. Even if he wanted to go out, he should bring that person along. Chapter 11:23. It was a nervous pain. Qin Mo pressed down on his head instinctively. The feeling of being drowned in seawater was extremely familiar. It was so familiar that he felt as though he had experienced it himself. It wasn't a dream. Qin Mo endured the pain, but he realized that he couldn't resist it. Fragments of things surged into his mind. The most prominent thing was that there was a voice that sounded like glutinous rice that kept calling him. Momo, don't be shy. We are both girls. It's fine if I look at you. At that time, he had laughed coldly in his heart. Who's a girl? I'm a guy. But the voice couldn't disperse. It was hard for him to resist. Momo, if you ignore me like this, you won't have any friends. Before this person figured out his gender, it was okay for him to remain silent. Who knew that the voice wouldn't stop? Momo, this is all the money I have. It should be enough to buy you. I've checked on the internet. In China, there's a good saying. Money can make the devil push the desert. Momo was stunned. Idiot. Money makes the world go round, not Mo. That was what he had said. Even he himself didn't know why the final scene had turned into him holding a soft little fist and writing calligraphy on it. It was probably because the voice had said, "Aren't we both Mo?" That was why he had taught the little bean how to write. But he couldn't see the little bean's face. It was probably too painful. Qin Mo wanted to stand up, but he realized that the more he wanted to know, the more he resisted. Only when he felt the pain in his palm did he wake up from the chaotic pain. His eyes were deep and his thin lips seemed to be plated with a layer of white. He looked around. There were still a few computers running. The owner was gone. Yes, gone. The moment Qin Mo thought about how the person who had hugged his waist and seduced him yesterday had disappeared, his heart felt as though it had been hammered. It wasn't painful, but it was so dull that it made it hard for him to breathe. Hence, even though he was smart, he didn't notice the details immediately. Instead, he walked quickly to the ranch closest to the castle. He wanted to ask the people who lived there where his Mrs. Qin had gone. It was the first time he had lost his manners. The knocks on the door were very loud, but after the third knock, there was no one inside. Even the old sports car that was parked in the ranch was gone. Perhaps the owner of the house was afraid that someone would come to visit, so he specifically wrote on the side that he was going on a trip and would not be around in the near future. After reading that sentence, Qin Mo gradually regained his rationality. What a coincidence. This is the time to travel. Qin Mo took a deep breath. holding on to a certain someone's favorite takeout as he walked back to the castle. This time, he wasn't as impatient as he was last time when he only wanted to see a certain someone. Instead, he focused his attention on the details of the environment. All the cameras in the castle were turned on, which was different from when he left. There were more than 10 down drones on the floor. He had seen those drones before. The tea set in the living room had disappeared. No debris fell to the ground. In other words, it was taken away by someone. Qin Mo seemed to have figured something out. He walked to the second floor and opened all the wardrobes. It wasn't just a certain someone's clothes that were missing. 2 of the suits that the old butler usually wore were missing. The suitcase that had been placed under the wardrobe was also missing. No organization would take away the clothes of the kidnappers when they kidnapped them. It seemed like they had planned to leave in advance. Moreover, there were the people lying on the floor. Qin Mo's fingers paused. Before he could take a step, a series of sirens came from outside the castle. The police cars were here. And it was a large number of police cars. The police cars stopped in front of the castle one after another. The headlights shone through the door. One of the police detectives suddenly narrowed his eyes, raised his gun and shouted, "There's someone inside." However, Qin Mo didn't seem to hear the sound. He raised his eyes and looked at the camera in the room. There must be a recording on the few computers in the basement. The person inside, raise your hand. I will count down from 10 seconds. If you don't come out within 10 seconds, I have the right to shoot you. 9-8. Wait a minute. The detective, who had just gotten out of the car, recognized the slender figure that walked out of the castle. He reached out his hands and gestured for everyone to put down their guns. We're on the same side. On the same side? The detectives couldn't believe that someone had arrived earlier than them. In fact, the detective was full of questions too. He walked to Qin Mo's side. The moment you left, I received a call from the higher-ups saying that there were gunshots here. However, we weren't sure, so we came over to take a look. Why are you here? Qin? Could he predict it in advance? Or did he calculate it? After all, Qin was an expert in this field. Could it be that the incident here was related to the maiden's sacrifice? If that was the case, things were serious. What kind of clue did Qin think of to come here? With that thought, the detective's expression turned serious. But very quickly, he realized that Qin Mo's gaze wasn't on him. He seemed to be in a daze. Qin? He called again. There was still no response. Until he was wondering if he had disturbed Qin Mo's thoughts. A familiar deep voice rang in his ears. Get your men to move the people lying inside. Don't touch anything in the castle. Don't touch anything. The detective frowned. If we don't touch anything, we won't be able to investigate the scene. Qin Mo's expression was still the same. No one could tell if he was happy or angry. His tone was calm. Before you came, I had already investigated. It was an invasion by mercenaries. With that, he threw something to the detective. Help me investigate which organization this is. Besides, this castle belongs to my wife. I will be staying here in the future. You can ask me directly if you want any information. Move the people away and get your men to go back. She doesn't like to be disturbed. When the detective heard this, his instincts told him that someone was taking revenge on Qin Mo. He immediately said, Qin, your wife? I will look for her myself. Qin Mo interrupted him. The detective was even more certain of his guess. As expected, Qin was involved in the maiden's sacrifice case. That was why he was being targeted. But when did Qin have a wife? Why hadn't he heard of it? If this hadn't happened, he would have been shocked and wanted to find out more about it. But now he wouldn't ask. He definitely wasn't in the mood to talk about it. The only thing he could do was to follow Qin Mo's instructions and get his men to clear the scene. Any mercenary group would be extremely cruel and ruthless. The chief inspector looked at the people being carried out and imagined a scene. There were probably too many mercenaries. After fighting for a while, they didn't have the ability to resist, and a beautiful young lady was taken away. The detective couldn't bear to think about what happened next. He just said to Qin Mo, when the organization is found, I will report to the higher-ups and get them to send people to look for her. Don't worry, we will definitely find her. There's no need. Unexpectedly, that person gave him this word. The detective didn't understand. What was Qin thinking? Could it be? There was indeed a situation. If the police didn't take action, the other party wouldn't kill the hostage. That meant that Qin was probably worried about this when he said he wanted to look for her himself. The detective thought through the situation according to his usual way of thinking. He patted Qin Mo's shoulder. Let me know if you need anything. Okay. Qin Mo was obviously distracted. The more the detective looked at Qin Mo, the more he felt an indescribable feeling. It was as though Qin Mo had been hollowed out and didn't speak much. Even though he didn't speak much in the past, the concept was different. It would take some time to clear the scene. The detective was led astray by his own thoughts. In addition, he kept thinking about the phrase "my wife's castle." Hence, he didn't notice the minute details. Before he left, he suggested that two men stay behind to protect Qin Mo. Qin Mo stuffed a hand into his pocket, seemingly in a daze. When he heard the detective's words, he replied, "There's no need. My men will be here soon. They are just around here." All right. The detective didn't force it. After all, he was clear about Qin Mo's identity and ability. After getting his men into the car, he bade farewell to Qin Mo. The report was a little difficult to type, but such mercenary revenge was indeed common overseas. As the police car disappeared, the castle returned to its nighttime tranquility. The castle returned to the silence of the night. Two of the chandeliers in the hall were broken, but it didn't affect the overall lighting. Qin Mo stood there, looking at the tracks left by the motorcycle in the courtyard. He turned his handsome face, elegant and noble. Then, he was about to take a step forward. The Lamborghini, which was parked at the side and hadn't been turned off, emitted a sound. I can't detect Master's presence. Can you tell me what happened? Why were there so many police cars here? There have never been any police cars here before. In the past, it and its master's daily routine was to get rid of the police cars. Why were there police cars in the castle? She isn't here. Qin Mo walked towards the Lamborghini. It seemed as though he had the strength to continue speaking after hearing the sounds around him. The smart navigation system rippled. What happened to those police cars? The castle was attacked. Qin Mo summarized everything in one sentence. Mercenaries. The smart navigation system rippled even stronger. Are you saying that Master was discovered by some enemies? But under normal circumstances, Master wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Indeed, she didn't sit and wait for death. Qin Mo turned his head, his eyes as clear as water but very deep. His voice was faint in the night. She just left? Chapter 11:24. Unexpectedly, the navigation system heard the word desolation in that voice. Qin Mo's men arrived quickly, like shadows. The first thing he did was to return the phone to young Master. Now that young Master didn't have to pretend to be kidnapped by young Master Jiao, the receiver was useless. However, the shadows felt that their young master was different from when he first arrived, but they couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. They saw their young master sitting on the sofa, holding the phone in his hand as though he was waiting for some news. The shadows thought that young master would return to the Yin family since old master had come to America from China. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from young master. Was he planning to wait in the castle for the entire night? The shadows exchanged glances and found a position to stand guard. The castle was extremely quiet. The sound of the clock ticking could be heard clearly. From 11 o'clock to 3 o'clock in the morning, and from 3 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning. The hour hand moved through one grid after another. Even when the sky started to brighten, Qin Mo's phone didn't ring. There wasn't even a message. He was waiting. He was waiting for a certain person to contact him. However, the special ringtone that was specially set for a certain person seemed to have disappeared. Qin Mo stood up and made a call back to China. The first thing he said was, I want to know Hoshino's current location. Magician picked up the call. He thought that his boss wouldn't call him before he found a way to find Hoshino. But the truth proved that he was too naive. I lost him. Qin Mo's fingers tightened when he heard the three words. Magician wore his earpiece and looked at the crowd around him. I followed him to Tokyo. I thought he was here, but when I came to my senses, I realized that he had bought a ticket to America. I've found the flight number. I'll see if I can get our men to stop him." The moment he heard the two words, America, Qin Mo could roughly guess some things. He had never hated his ability to make deductions as much as he did right now. It was obvious that Hoshino was here to meet up. The attack was sudden and perhaps unexpected. But to leave the castle and not to bring him along, this was a decision that person had made long ago. Everything was so neat and tidy, which meant that they didn't leave because of the attack. They just left a little earlier than planned. At this thought, Qin Mo's gaze dimmed. It wasn't like before, where it would always carry a clear and cold glint, like an unsheathed snow sword. Magician waited for a long time, but didn't get a response from his boss. He couldn't help but turn his head and call out, "Boss." After what felt like a long time, the other side replied with 3 plain words, "There's no need." The sound seemed to be tainted with the humidity outside, giving the magician the illusion that it was not real. Was he thinking too much? Why did it feel like Boss was in a particularly low mood? The shadows could feel this as well. It wasn't just the shadows. Even the black Lamborghini, whose car door had been opened by Qin Mo, felt that the devil that her master had picked up wasn't as noble as he was yesterday. "I have to drive you away so that she might come back." The man's voice was deep and hoarse. The black Lamborghini showed its curves in a serious manner. "There's no point in holding me hostage. Master told me the day before that if you want to leave, you can drive as you please." When Qin Mo heard this, his hands that were on the steering wheel paused. Before he left, he had thought that a certain someone would be in the castle waiting for him since he had disappeared. But now, his imagination was like a slap to his face. She didn't wait for him. Instead, she allowed him to leave. "Your voice password has been reset." This wasn't a question, and it carried a strong aura. The black Lamborghini couldn't lie about this. "Yes, Master made adjustments. In the past, there was a voice recognition function. Now, as long as you say the password, you can unlock it." When Qin Mo heard this, he understood everything. He turned his head and looked at the takeaway bag on the passenger seat. It seemed to be reminding him of something. That feeling was like he was confident that he could keep her. But in fact, when he lifted his leg and took a step forward, there was still a step in front of him. Crack. His head was bleeding. Qin Mo raised his hand and held his forehead. The corners of his mouth lifted as though he was smiling. But the black Lamborghini didn't feel a trace of warmth in it. Then there was a swoosh. Qin Mo opened the car window and threw the takeaway bag into the bin. The shadows watched from the side. One of them asked, "Young Master, are we still investigating that organization?" "Yes." Qin Mo's voice was cold. "After we find out, ask the Federation to cooperate with us. Put them on the international wanted list." The shadows replied yes. Seeing that their young master didn't have the slightest intention to start the car, he tilted his handsome face and seemed a little absent-minded. He opened his mouth again. "Young master, should we go back now? There was no one here. There was no point in staying, right?" Qin Mo didn't say anything. After almost a minute, he started the car and said, "Leave 2 people behind to watch the surroundings." Then he sped up and disappeared in front of the castle. The shadows never expected that one day, they would be reduced to workers who looked after the castle. Lin Feng also realized that Bo Jiu couldn't be contacted. These days, Lin Feng had obviously changed. The biggest change was in his hairstyle. In order to make it look more nimble, he used a hairband to tie his hair. His dressing style had also changed. Who would have thought that a person who called him grandfather every day would look so good in a suit? "Master, I have to apply for leave today." Lin Feng finished the last mouthful of porridge and raised his head to look at the person who had brought him. The man ate slowly. He was still flipping through the documents in his hands. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he frowned and said, "You made this captain. It will end after lunch with the investor. Why are you telling me that you want to apply for leave at such a crucial time? My best childhood friend is leaving the country today." Lin Feng shifted his gaze. "I have to send him off." The man wanted to say something, but the phone in his hand rang. It was the old CEO. He was coughing when he spoke. After listening to the content, The man glanced at Lin Feng. He praised him and said faintly, "It seems like you didn't run away from home to work, young Master Lin." Lin Feng choked. He felt slightly guilty. The man didn't say much. "There's still one more night. Once you're done, hurry over. Even if you're young Master Lin, you have to be there when it's time to drink." "No problem." Honestly, he was older than him and had a stronger aura. But Lin Feng wasn't afraid. Since he had started from the bottom, he wanted to learn something from this person. After all, this person was famous in the business circle. After leaving the breakfast shop, Lin Feng started to call Bojio. He wanted to ask Little Spade what he should say since Yin Hu was leaving, but Bojio's phone rang. Unexpectedly, Bojio's phone was switched off. Lin Feng had just frowned when he received a message from the Empress Dowager. "Whose flight is in the afternoon? Let's have a family gathering." Lin Feng replied neatly, "Okay." He then asked, "Oh right, Mom, where are we going?" Mother Lin probably felt that her son was hopeless, so she called him back. "Say, I'm so smart and beautiful. How did I give birth to such a stupid son like you? Same place, private room. Almost everyone is here. We're just waiting for you." "Sure, I'll head over now," Lin Feng replied. "Smart and beautiful Madam Lin. Hurry." Mother Lin smiled. "Do you want to talk to who?" "It's okay, I'll drive." Lin Feng could vaguely hear the commotion over there. It was Yin Hu's voice. Even though it was soft, he could hear it clearly. The call ended quickly. She was probably afraid that if Yin Hu really picked up, they would have an awkward conversation. Lin Feng didn't know that Yin Hu was already on the phone. When he heard the busy tone, his fingers paused. "Auntie," he hung up. Hung up. Mother Lin was happy today. She didn't notice Yin Hu's emotions. He has been busy these 2 days. He probably hasn't finished his work. "Auntie." Yin Hu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to ask something. Mother Lin turned her head. Yin Hu knew some things that weren't suitable for the elders. "Your sleeve. This dress has big cuffs," Mother Lin said as she pulled the sleeve back. Unbeknownst to her, Yin Hu wanted to ask why he had to learn from that person. He probably hadn't expected that his position would be taken over by someone else. The burning sensation in his chest made him loosen his collar. He thought to himself that he was about to see that person, and he couldn't control his emotions any longer. He couldn't just make things awkward for everyone before he left. Even now, it wasn't any better between the two of them. At least it wasn't completely broken, right? But Yin Hu didn't expect that person to still not appear when the food was served. Mother Lin had called to rush him, but he hadn't picked up. He should be busy. It's the end of his project today. Madame Yin sighed. Lin Feng has really grown up. He's such a good son. Why isn't he ours? That's enough. I should be the one to take over your Yin Hu. As mothers, they always despise their own children. Yin Hu sat there, finishing the tea in his cup. He was about to stand up when Mother Lin said, "Let's eat first." Mama Lin said, "Let's eat first. We don't know when that kid will come. Huzi's playing can't be missed." "Okay, let's eat first." Both families had a good relationship. The dining table was also bustling with noise and excitement. But Yin Hu didn't have any appetite. He couldn't dampen everyone's spirits. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore. He found an excuse to leave the private room. He leaned against the soft carpeted corridor wall and tilted his head to light a cigarette. The moment he took a puff, he saw a person walking over in a hurry. He probably hadn't expected to see him in the corridor. That person was stunned. "Luckily I managed to make it in time. There was a traffic jam along the way. I almost got bronchitis. Why did you come out? Are you smoking?" MMH. Yin Hu didn't tell the truth. He looked at the sweat on Lin Feng's head and instinctively reached out, wanting to wipe it off. Lin Feng raised his hand instinctively. "Sweaty?" "A lot." Yin Hu held the cigarette in his hand. He retracted his hand and stuffed it back into his pocket. "Go in." "What about you?" Lin Feng felt that his actions could be misunderstood. But he couldn't interact too much in case he went crazy. Yin Hu raised the cigarette in his hand. "I'll go in after I finish this. You can have 2 bites first." Okay. Yin Hu watched as the person entered. He mainly wanted to adjust himself. After he was done, he pushed the door open. Coincidentally, he heard the person say, "My master looks fierce, but he's a good leader. I learned a lot from him." Yinhu tightened his grip on the door handle. He glanced over at the person who was stuffing food into his mouth. His gaze paused. They hadn't met for a few days, but he could clearly feel the change in a person. His skin had darkened but was still fairer than the average person. His face was still extremely good-looking, giving off a sense of vitality and beauty. But now he looked more like a man, especially when he lifted his lids and smiled. He was dressed in a well-ironed suit. He was different from the Lin Feng in his impression. Yinhu couldn't tell if this was good or bad. No matter what this fellow was like, it seemed to be able to affect all his emotions at the first moment. But similarly, he could clearly feel one thing. He was really losing this fellow. He was losing bit by bit. But there was nothing he could do. Lin Feng saw Yinhu enter. He pulled out the chair beside him and was about to chat with him before he left. He didn't want their relationship to fade after Yinhu went there. That was why he had been avoiding Yinhu recently. Just as he was about to speak, Yinhu's phone rang. Even though he turned off the screen, Lin Feng could roughly guess who it was. He didn't say much. He raised his wine glass, his dark eyes bright. "Who have a safe trip." It seemed to be the safest way to say it. The thoughts that occasionally bubbled up in his heart were also suppressed by this cup of wine. The two of them sat together and didn't speak much. Because they were about to leave, everyone's attention was on Yinhu. They didn't notice the difference in the atmosphere between the two of them. Even if they felt that the atmosphere was different, they thought it was normal. After all, the two of them grew up together. If one of them was leaving, the other would definitely be quiet. The atmosphere lasted until they reached the airport. The whole family was sending one person off. There seemed to be no place for Lin Feng. No matter how well Madame Yin educated her son, she was just an ordinary mother. Even though her son had been self-disciplined and independent since young, she still gave him a series of instructions. Separated by the crowd, Yinhu glanced up and met the smiling face. That person seemed to have received a sudden call. He turned his head to pick it up. Yinhu knew the huge gap in his heart at that moment. Even if that person was still there, he couldn't feel it. He probably couldn't take it anymore. Yinhu reached out and grabbed onto Lin Feng, who wanted to find a place to talk on the phone. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He froze because of the sudden hug. There were many people at the airport saying their goodbyes. This way, no one would be able to see through the brothers' embrace. But the man on the other end of the phone noticed the pause. He arched a brow and asked, "Lin Feng?" Since they were so close, Yinhu obviously heard the commotion. He seemed to have done it on purpose, his voice rising. "When I'm overseas, you should know your place in the country. Don't fool around all the time." In the past, Yinhu always said that to Lin Feng. The naive Lin Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But in the man's ears, it had a different meaning. It was a warning that all men understood. The man paused for a moment. He hung up and glanced at the information on the table. There was Lin Feng's photo on the information. He was indeed interested in this. But he wasn't blind. He could tell that Lin Feng would occasionally stop to look at his phone when he wasn't busy. Being interested didn't mean that he had to snatch it. He was a man of integrity in this regard. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously warning the wrong person. Rather than warning him, he might as well warn some girls. Young Master Lin was a straight man. Lin Feng was indeed straight. He couldn't think of any other meaning. "I have to take time out every day to play games. Supreme Alliance lacks people. I'll leave after we recruit more people. I don't have time to fool around. As for you," Lin Feng wanted to say that Yinhu was already taken. It wasn't good for him to keep hugging him. But he felt that he was being pretentious. For a moment, he was jealous of the person who could go overseas with him. But the more Lin Feng worked in society, the more he understood that he and Yinhu had nothing to talk about. Just like today's project. If it was in the past, when his grandfather was still in power, it wouldn't have been so difficult. Perhaps after Yinhu came back, he could get a project with just one sentence. But Lin Feng didn't want that. Simply put, he couldn't accompany Yinhu. They could only talk about romance. The Lin family was no longer the Lin family of the past. And Yun who had someone to accompany him. It was best to retreat to the position of good friend. It was best for everyone. What about me? Yun who glanced at the person standing in front of him, his gaze deep and unfathomable. Lin Feng hooked his long arm. As for you, jump over the wall when you have time. There are films there that we don't have here. Also, wait for your wedding candy before we come back to play. Yun who didn't say anything. The boarding announcement had already started. He didn't know how he had entered the security check. He only knew that the relationship that seemed to have eased up was actually very distant. It made him understand that he and Lin Feng couldn't go back to the past. More than once, he thought that it would be good if he could bear with it until he went overseas. But Yun Hu understood. If he really liked someone, he couldn't bear it. Chapter 1125. There was a huge transparent window at the international airport, allowing him to clearly see the plane taking off. His phone was still ringing in his pocket. Lin Feng moved but didn't pick up the call immediately. Instead, he sat on the chair, as though this was the only way to offset the emptiness that seemed to drown him. Wuxia had really left. When Lin Feng lowered his head, his lips curved upwards. Then he reached out to press the stray hair on his forehead. Mother Lin and the others hadn't left yet. When she turned around and saw Lin Feng in this state, a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. But on second thought, the two of them had been good friends since they were young. How could he not feel sad after Wuxia left? On this day, even the esports media sent news. The title was, "Where should Supreme Alliance go from here?" Some fans who were still hoping that Almighty Yun would stay understood that the outcome was set. Supreme Alliance's current situation was undoubtedly difficult. Some people said that Supreme Alliance's current strength wasn't suitable for the Asian Cup. They were afraid that their current strength was only at the provincial level. At this moment, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Supreme Alliance was besieged on all sides. But right at this moment, a netizen who claimed to be a fan of Spade Z posted an unofficial post. The content was about the things that Spade Z had done. Firstly, I'm not here to criticize him. I used to be his fan, but in the end, I can only say that different people can't make plans together. Firstly, let's talk about Spade Z's operations. I admit that he is indeed amazing, but other than that, I don't really care about this person. I just feel wronged for our group owner. He spent 2,000 to 3,000 on Spade Z the moment he arrived. It's really. The netizens felt that Spade Z was indeed too much. They all followed the post. Some netizens understood the logical loophole in the post. After all, they were still doubtful. Big Spade doesn't have a group, right? Everyone knows about this. Besides, you said at the start that you weren't here to criticize him. But why is it that the entire post is criticizing him? Forget it, I'm just complaining. The original poster chuckled. Back then, Spadesy told me to study hard and protect myself. Now that I think about it, I'm really too young. This person relied on this to gain so many fans. At this moment, another person followed. I really don't understand why Spadesy is like this. I'm speechless. Some of them clicked on it out of curiosity. After they clicked on it, they asked, "Asking you to study hard is also a black mark?" After the post went viral, it was bound to be seen by the fans. From the OP's explanation, he didn't tell the truth at all. Back then, you guys created a private chat group to recruit people. After recruiting people, you made a big fuss there, and even complained to the management. Why didn't the OP say all this? The increase in fans is due to the official recommendation. You are indeed too young. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel like laughing when I see the words official recommendation? Young, indeed young. Let's not talk about other things. As an esports player, you don't need to substitute in. You just need to play well in every match. Don't you cherish your fans? Are you a fan? The one who played with Big Spade drifting by. Alright, let's sink into Tieba. Let's go play on the official platform. Originally, this matter was basically over. However, another netizen appeared and used that post to reply with a title. Chapter 1126. This kind of title was too easy to attract people's attention. The netizen kept them in suspense. I know it's hard for people to believe this. I was shocked when I first heard this news. After all, no one would disguise themselves like this just to attract fans. Needless to say, this netizen knew how to manipulate the psychology of netizens. Speaking up to this point, he didn't continue revealing the truth. The more he did this, the more the netizens wanted to know what exactly was going on. OP, hurry up and tell us, how did Spadesy cheat his fans? What's going on? It's so annoying to say it halfway. Where is the OP? Fu Ximing sat in front of the computer. Seeing that the netizens were getting more and more curious, he pretended to say, I'm sorry, the OP is back. I'm still hesitating whether I should say this or not. After all, cheating fans is wrong, isn't it? OP, hurry up and tell us. Alright, since you guys are asking me that, I can only say it. Fu Ximing typed. Don't be shocked when I say it. Spadesy is actually a girl, but everyone knows that in the esports scene, a girl's ability to gather fans isn't that strong. Nowadays, everyone likes to watch handsome guys play games, so they don't have a high tolerance for girls. Besides, a handsome male god will make everyone feel more immersed in the game. Someone decided to go all out. First, she created the highlight of being the FC king, then she came out as a guy. I have to say, Spadesy really had a good plan. There weren't many words in this paragraph, but it was explosive news. All of the esports netizens flooded the forum in an instant. Girl? Spadesy? How is that possible? OP, isn't this too ridiculous? I can't believe it. At this moment, the netizen who posted the previous post seized the opportunity and immediately left a comment. If it's really like what OP said, then Spadesy is definitely cheating his fans. How can he say this and that? Doesn't he know what kind of person he is? Really, I was too naive in the past. This person is indeed good at gaming, but his character isn't that good. My big spade girl? Oh no, I can't accept it. I feel like I've fallen out of love. What should I do? As the mastermind of this incident, Fu Ximing wouldn't allow them to continue speaking. I think Spadesy owes us fans an explanation. Back when Supreme Alliance organized the event, how much money did I spend to support him? Even if it's a lesson, we should seek an explanation from the officials. The original poster is right. We need to demand an explanation. The one who responded to Fu Ximing the most was the so-called fan who said he wasn't anti-fan. She went to the official Weibo and posted, Spadesy disguised as a man to trick fans. Disgusting. Shouldn't Spadesy give us an explanation? I used to like Spadesy a lot, but now, I've turned from a fan to a hater. I've never seen someone like this. I really like Spadesy, but whether it's from an emotional or logical point of view, I just want to know why Spadesy lied to us. Almost instantly, the entire official Weibo was filled with comments criticizing Spadesy for dressing up as a man. Fu Ximing didn't need to do anything at all. He just followed what that person had taught him, and used the few people in the group to stir up this topic. It was such a huge matter. As the ace manager of Supreme Alliance and the director of the Qin group, it was impossible for Feng Yi not to know about it. In just a short hour, the entire public relations team was in a state of panic. At this moment, the media seemed to have smelled the news and came up with a series of reports. Fu Ximing was in charge of stirring up the news online, while Fu Zhongyi was in charge of contacting the media. It was a two-pronged approach to achieve the results he wanted. In reality, under such circumstances, be it Bo Jiu or Qin Mo, they wouldn't be this anxious. But these two people were not there. Feng Yi tried to contact his previous contacts, but he couldn't get in touch with anyone. At this stage, everyone was probably hiding from Supreme Alliance. The media, the team, and some investors who had worked with them before. The public relations department was still observing the situation on the computer. They glanced up and asked anxiously, Boss Feng, should we release a statement? This is ridiculous. How can Big Spade be a girl? The public relations department thought they would receive Feng Yi's approval immediately. Unexpectedly, CEO Feng, who was standing there, raised his eyes. His voice was light but heavy. She is. 2 words. All the employees of the club were shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. But the public opinion isn't right. Feng Yi walked over. Ever since Spade Z joined Supreme Alliance, she has always presented herself as a boy. It has to do with her family, not to attract fans. The staff were still in a daze. Big Spade a girl? They still found it a little surreal. After all, that person didn't look like a girl at all. But from another perspective, if Spade Z was really a girl, to them, it would be a devastating backlash. Boss Feng, what should we do now? Feng Yi enunciated each word. Tell us the truth. But if that's the case. The staff wanted to say something. Feng Yi glanced at him. I believe if little Spade was here, she would choose to do the same. There is nothing to hide. She is a girl, but she has been raised as a boy since young because she has an ungrateful father. Putting the affair aside, everyone in the business circle knows how Fu Zhongyi abandoned his wife. In order to get her to give up her shares, he forced her away along with his mistress. If little Spade hadn't been a boy, the mother and son wouldn't have survived. Ever since Spade Z debuted, the only thing that can't be said is that she disguised as a boy. All the malicious lies are built on the basis of hurting others. Little Spade has never hurt anyone. But no one will understand. The public relations staff knew what the people on the internet were like. They didn't care about things that weren't allowed to hurt others. They didn't care. They acted as an accomplice. They pushed those who wanted to seek justice into the dust. But when it came to other people's privacy, they felt that it was a huge mistake. They wanted the victim to be perfect. They couldn't denounce it because it meant that they were uncultured. They couldn't even have the slightest flaw. They supported those who sucked human blood and climbed up without any morals. The ordinary public relations staff understood this logic. As Feng Yi, how could he not understand? The truth isn't for others to understand, but for a clear conscience. Feng Yi turned, his gaze never leaving. He had to say it. The hype online was too much. There was an overwhelming amount of news. Layer after layer. The people in the industry understood that Supreme Alliance just had to deny the contents of the post. After all, they didn't have any concrete evidence. But out of everyone's expectations, Supreme Alliance admitted it and explained the truth. Seeing this, the fans exploded. Supreme Alliance was in an unprecedented crisis. Just as expected, countless people were trying to distance themselves from Supreme Alliance. Some clubs were also interested in this point. They contacted Shui Yaoyao directly, saying that they had their eyes on her future development, and even offered a good price. They wanted to take the opportunity to poach Shui Yaoyao. You can see the situation now. Even if Supreme Alliance has the financial support of the Qin Group, it won't last long. In fact, it isn't just Spade Z's matter. Supreme Alliance is already falling apart. If you continue to stay in Supreme Alliance, you will only perish with Supreme Alliance. It will be different if you come to our team. You will get good resources and fame. Shui Yaorao was still wearing Supreme Alliance's uniform. She was naturally shy and perhaps had a trace of inferiority, but at this moment, these words seemed to have disappeared from her. I will stay in the Supreme Alliance. As long as I'm still playing, I will only stay in the Supreme Alliance. Unless there comes a day when I don't play anymore. Or if the Supreme Alliance disbands like you said. I might want to change places, but the Supreme Alliance is still here. Shui Yaoyao lowered her head, looking at the media surrounding the entrance of the club, pausing between each word. And Supreme Alliance will not perish. You don't know what's good for you. The club manager hung up the phone. If he couldn't poach Shui Yaoyao, he could poach someone else. Shui Yaoyao was just a backup. But he didn't expect that all the answers would be the same. That wasn't all. What was even more unexpected was that Supreme Alliance was left with less than one team. At this moment, everyone walked to the entertainment department. Shui Yaoyao, Feng Shang, and Wuyao Coco. Some of the other team members watching the live stream felt that these people were stupid. At this time, shouldn't they avoid arousing suspicion and quickly draw a clear line between them? Why were they still standing in front of the door? When the media saw them, they were like mosquitoes that finally saw fresh blood. All of them rushed over. Regarding the fact that Spade Z is actually a girl, what are your reactions after hearing about it? Do you feel cheated? How does Supreme Alliance plan to deal with this person? Will she be banned from the competition? Wuxia was the oldest among them. He still looked indolent, but this time his eyes lit up. He glanced at his teammate standing beside him, and then looked at the camera. We already knew that Spadesy is a girl. To us, it doesn't matter if Spadesy is a boy or a girl. In order for Supreme Alliance to win, she charged into the opponent's blood pool with injuries and fought 1 against 5. She didn't let down the title of vice captain. She is a qualified esports player. You ask us if we feel cheated? Back when that youngster found us and brought us to the esports arena, to us, she was the person who pulled us out of the abyss. Now we are all waiting for her return. Words for the readers. After the storm comes the sweetness. Farewell, my wives. Chapter 1127. At this stage, the Supreme Alliance still dared to say such things. The media was shocked. After all, this meant that it wasn't just these people who were affected by such a negative topic. Other teams might even give up on their invitation, which meant that they were risking their careers. After saying such words, they might even lose everything. Fengyi knew that it was impulsive, young and self-destructive, but at the same time he knew it clearly. Supreme Alliance was such a group of people. They weren't afraid of offending anyone, and didn't care about the public opinion. Even if they knew that some things they did would cause others to lose their fans, they would still do it. Because that was the only way they wouldn't go against their conscience. Fighting side by side. These 4 words weren't just said casually. There were no surprises. Wuxia and Coco's livestream was cut off. The investors cut off all publicity for these 2 people. The reason was simple. They had designed the script for them to respond during the livestream, but they didn't listen and didn't expose Spadesy's scandals. What was the point? That day, Wuxia and Coco were politely invited out by a certain livestream platform. Some platforms would use such methods to punish professional players. There was one good thing about it. After all, they were esports players and not livestream celebrities. But there would still be an impact. Without publicity on the internet, it meant that their popularity would drop. This was what the livestream platform was doing. They had even forgotten that they were the ones who had initiated the contract negotiations. Now they were just adding insult to injury. Fengyi had expected all of this. When he went to fetch them, he was still in his suit, his smile perfect. No matter what stage he was in the business world, he couldn't fall first. He couldn't be the first to fall, because he still had people to take care of. On the other hand, the operations manager of the other party chuckled. CEO Feng, we're all doing business. Tell me, why don't the people you bring understand the relationship between interests? What's the use of disobedient esports players who can't earn money? To be honest, don't you see what you're like now? Your popularity is almost gone, and your operations are even worse. Your main members are all gone. Who can you beat now? To put it bluntly, it's just a useless team that's past its prime. Wouldn't it be better to take this opportunity to get some paint? Fengyi held a cigarette between his fingers. He glanced at the other party and extinguished the cigarette. He stood up and smiled. Director Li, you're right. My team member has a flaw. He's too conscientious. Compared to you, his bottom line is too high. You. Boss Li narrowed his eyes and scoffed, shouting at the 3 figures. Supreme Alliance is past its prime and will be worthless in the future. Fengyi, why are you still so proud? The 3 of them left the voice behind them. Once in the car, Fengyi said, rest for 2 days. Hugging his rabbit, he said, I can take a break. However, the 3 of them were well aware of the situation. In this situation, Supreme Alliance could only rest. Not only that, but there would also be more backlashes. But at this moment, all the major esports venues and esports clubs had computers. Suddenly the screen changed. After a second of white screen, a youngster appeared on the screen. He wore a black leather cap on his silver hair. Some of his silver hair was pinned to the back, revealing a handsome face that looked as if it had been kissed by God. He didn't wear a mask on his face. He had a straight nose, distinct black eyes, and a black belt around his neck. It was Bojio. That's right, it was Bojio. The Realzi. She looked different from before. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that she had appeared at the heart of the struggle, and in such a manner. In an instant, all the major livestream platforms wanted to broadcast this video. There were places that broadcast it, but there was only one that was so anxious that they couldn't cut it and broadcast it. Bossly, it still isn't working. The huge traffic flow was slipping away, but they couldn't catch it. Bossly was anxious. Anyone that watched esports would be paying attention to this matter. They actually couldn't broadcast it. Manager Lee tugged at his tie, wanting to let him try again. Unexpectedly, the first thing the person in the video said was, "The operations manager of a certain platform should be able to see this video. Then I'll be direct." Director Lee, other than your company, any other live broadcast platform can broadcast this video of mine. As for why, it's very simple. As an external member of the team that you call outdated, I don't like you. The person who called Bossly turned back abruptly, his face drained of all color. He was in the operations department. If such a good resource was ruined in his hands, his boss would definitely hold him responsible. But Spadesy hadn't revealed their company's name. In this case, only their internal department would know that they couldn't broadcast this video. They wouldn't even be able to gain any attention from the side. Bossly's first reaction was to call Feng Yi. That was the only way he could make up for his mistake. However, he didn't expect that Director Feng, who was known as the Smiling Prince in the industry, would blacklist him. Sure enough, less than 10 seconds after the video was broadcasted, President Lee received a call from the higher-ups. "What's wrong with you? Is this how the operations department does it?" Bossly wanted to explain. "No, I thought Supreme Alliance." "You thought? Don't tell me you thought that if Spadesy's video isn't broadcasted, you can leave." Snap. The sound of the phone being hung up. Bossly sat there with sweat dripping down his forehead. His heart was filled with regret, but it was all too late. But he didn't understand. There wasn't anyone else here. How did Spadesy know what they were talking about? Others didn't understand. To Bojio, it was easy as long as there was a camera. Bossly assumed Supreme Alliance was over, and didn't need to be particular. He hadn't said it in his office. Instead, he had said it outside. Of course, there would be a camera. When the news came out, Bojio, who was in America, immediately found a way to get Shui Wuyao and the others' itineraries. She had wanted to tell them to ignore her, and to say whatever was best for her. But after going through the internet, she saw the scene just now. At that time, Hoshino had been sitting behind Bojio. His gaze had landed on the screen. "You want to interfere? Teach him a lesson." Bojio's voice was calm, but her eyes were dark. Supreme Alliance shouldn't be despised because of her. Besides, the other party didn't have the right to embarrass Supreme Alliance. After that, there was this live stream. Her eyes were very dark. She looked straight into the camera. You can ask anything you want in the live stream room until you vent your anger by spamming the bullet screen. Everyone thought that the fans would definitely flood the live stream at this time. But in reality, it was exploding. But they had sent diamonds and flowers. They had sent planes and cruises. There was also a picture posted in the live stream room. It was the signature list of almost 1,000 people. There was a sentence written on the front of the list. "Our fan Big Spade entered the wilderness alone. Her maneuvers are top-notch and her positioning is outstanding. As an esports player, her skills are passable. As an ordinary person, she objected to the unfairness of the game. In the past, we always fantasized about marrying such a person. This handsome youngster, from his talent to his character, as well as that overconfident tone of his voice, we liked everything about him. Her special family forced her to dress as a man. Now, we just want her to know that as long as she doesn't hurt anyone, all her privacy belongs to her. And we will always be Spade fans." On the back, there were many girls' signatures. At the end, there was a huge heart circled. There were people scolding her. They couldn't accept the fact that their idol was a girl. But they hadn't expected the Supreme Alliance to speak up for Spadesy. They hadn't expected the people from Xiangnan to stand up for her. First, it was Beauty Luo. "I'm so shocked I dropped my mouse. Why is my almighty a girl? She's so cool, I love her even more." Next, it was Captain Xiao. "She doesn't use substitutes. doesn't imitate others and treats every match seriously. This has nothing to do with gender. Finally, it was Zhao Sampang. F***ck. You're telling me that I couldn't retaliate because of a girl? I, the #1 tank in the country, am not convinced. Little Spade, hurry up and come back. Master Zhao is going to torture you. Not to mention Rao Rong, who had disappeared ever since that incident. Many people were trying to get him back online. He had only said one sentence, but it had blown the internet apart. From today onwards, I will join Supreme Alliance. My game ID will be Supreme Alliance Rao Rong. Return. It wasn't just a return. At this moment, he had joined a team that was in dire straits. Many fans couldn't understand. Almighty Rao, why? Join another team. Really, it's so messy. Don't join Supreme Alliance. Rao Rong replied. From a personal point of view, I want to repay Spadesy's kindness. From a professional player's point of view, Supreme Alliance is the team I want to join the most. They won't abandon someone just because of a scandal. They are still unyielding. Since Rao Rong was here, how could the other not be here? His tone was serious. I have terminated my contract, and will be joining Supreme Alliance. My game ID will be Supreme Alliance's most handsome. The addition of 2 almighties. It wasn't just the netizens and media that hadn't expected it. Even the experienced Feng Yi paused, unable to believe what he had heard. He turned towards his assistant beside him. What did you say? The assistant continued agitatedly. It's true, Boss Qin sent over their contracts personally. From now on, Almighty Rao and Almighty Rao will be Supreme Alliances. Boss Qin. Feng Yi listened attentively, turning to call Qinemo Boss Qin, Rao Rong and Almighty Rao. Qinemo didn't return to China. He sat in front of his computer, watching the video, his gaze deepening. I just made a call. They joined Supreme Alliance willingly. It wasn't that simple. This was a revival from the dead. Before this, when Shui Yaoyao was at the Zhou family's house, a few girls had come over for a barbecue. Supreme Alliance is past its prime. I think it won't be long before they return to their original state. She deserved it for being so rude to us previously. She thinks she's a god just by playing a game. Hee hee, she's just an ugly duckling. She should look at herself in the mirror. Alright, let's just wait for a certain someone to be past her prime. After reading the explosive news, all of them stopped talking. Other than Rao Rong and the others, there was also Yin, who's official Weibo. I'm taking a leave of absence from school. I'll be back in 3 days. I heard that Supreme Alliance can't even beat a provincial team. I'm back. The last 4 words. It was simple. However, it just so happened that countless people who read that message couldn't help but have tears in their eyes. And something violently surged out of their chests. I'm back. What did it mean? Only the fans who had followed them all the way knew. If they hadn't experienced it, they wouldn't have been moved and wouldn't understand the meaning behind it. Everyone was terrified, afraid of getting into trouble. Not only did they not get rid of themselves, but they also gathered from all over the world, returning to the same city. They wanted to tell everyone that Supreme Alliance hadn't fallen. Even if they were to fall into the dust, as long as they were needed, they would be able to fight alongside them. Those who wanted to be tarnished were still tarnished. Those who splashed dirty water were still there. But at this moment, be it Shui Yaoyao, In Wuyao Coco or Feng Shang, they weren't thinking about these things, they were thinking about the Asian Cup. They could still play with their teammates. The public opinion wouldn't change. So what? Those who cared were still there. That seemed to be the case. When you didn't experience darkness, you wouldn't realize how gentle the world was. Hoshino watched as the youngster sat in front of the computer, not moving for a long time. He laughed lightly. You want to go back? Bojio replied, turning her head. But I can't go back. Don't be so sure. Hoshino reached out, placing his palm on her head, rubbing it back and forth. Once you're done here, go back and play a game. Don't forget, you still owe me a duel. Bojio glanced over, wanting to change the topic. Some things were stuck in a deadlock. We can have a duel now. Suddenly, Hoshino lowered his voice. Bojio glanced up, looking at him in confusion. Hoshino looked at her, his eyes as clear as water. That's the real you. Sitting beside Chin Mo, waving the mouse recklessly, invading the wilderness to cooperate with that person, smiling brightly, eyes shining brightly. That's the real you. Only when you're beside Chin Mo. That's the real you. Treat yourself better, otherwise, how can I be at ease? Chapter 1128. Before Bojo could react, Hoshino reached for his jacket, his tone changing. Should we change our method of tracking the culprit of the maiden's sacrifice? I bought some information on the Fifth Avenue before coming. All right. Bojo had long sensed that something was amiss. It seemed like a simple gathering of people with bad values, but in reality, the consequences were getting worse and worse. This serial suicide case involved hypnosis. Fan Jiao wouldn't be able to do it alone. Before she left, Bojo paused, glancing at the phone that was switched off. In the end, she walked to the phone booth downstairs and made an international call. The person on the other end picked up quickly, probably because it wasn't a domestic number. Hello, Jiao? Is this Jiao? The signal wasn't good, and the call was intermittent. But she could still recognize He Honghua's voice. Bojo knew that He Honghua would be worried after such a huge incident. There were many times when she couldn't just leave like that, because she was the one in charge of this body. She also knew how much the mother loved her daughter. Whenever she faced He Honghua, Bojo would always feel guilty. She didn't know how to tell He Honghua that the child she had missed so much was no longer around. If Bojo had wanted to tell He Honghua everything from the bottom of her heart, after hearing He Honghua's tone, she dispelled the thought. It's me. Bojo knew that in order to make someone happy, she had to come up with countless lies. She hated lying the most, but this was the most she had ever lied to He Honghua. Madam He, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm doing well in America. My phone fell into the water during filming, and the call malfunctioned. After hearing this, He Honghua hesitated for a long time before saying, Jiao, why don't we stop playing games? He Honghua wasn't someone who cared about what others said. Bojo knew this better than anyone else. She came from a village, and because of her background, no matter what she did, even if her husband was stolen, people would blame her. She had a loud voice like a country bumpkin. But even so, she did not admit defeat. Others said that she had no qualities and could not do anything, so she could not be a shareholder of Fu's enterprise. No one thought about it. The Fu family's startup capital was hers, so she had every right to do it. After being chased out, how many times had he been slandered? It could be said that everything Bojo had suffered wasn't even a tenth of her mother's. After all, from a certain perspective, Bojo wasn't at a disadvantage. But what could He Honghua have at that time? Some people used true love as an excuse to plunder, thinking that Fu Zhongyi and Su Mei should be together. He Honghua was just a village girl. She should go back to where she came from, even if it came to that. He Honghua gritted her teeth and persevered. To make such a person say, Jiao, why don't we stop playing games? One could imagine how she was feeling right now. There were some things that He Honghua did not understand. Her age was there for all to see. She didn't want her daughter to bear the blame. If you want to scold someone, you can scold her. In fact, every mother's mood was the same. As long as their child was well, it was fine. To a mother, it didn't matter how many times she was cut. But if the knife cut the child, it would be a pain that would cause her to sleep. Bojo listened to the pleading voice. She held onto the phone and paused for a moment before replying. All right, I won't play games. Even those who weren't afraid of rumors had their weaknesses. And Bojo's weakness was probably He Honghua. There were many times when we asked ourselves why we didn't become bad people. After all, in this world, there were too many people who took over other people's things. As long as they acted pitifully, there would be a bunch of people who would support them. As for those who were dutiful and persevered in their passionate careers, they couldn't even take back what belonged to them. The cost of being a bad person was too low, so low that it was negligible. But as an ordinary person, they would always be bound by something called conscience. When Bojo hung up, Hoshino was standing outside the phone booth. He glanced up and glanced at her, frowning. Just to report that I'm safe. Bojo didn't explain the details of the call. Her emotions didn't seem to be affected. But there was one sentence that Qin Mo didn't say casually. He had joined the esports industry because he liked someone who liked to play games. As Bo Jiu herself, she liked the feeling of fighting alongside the other members of the Supreme Alliance. But every time they gave up on something they liked, it was definitely because of their weaknesses. If Bo Jiu appeared in front of others, they wouldn't be able to tell anything. But Hoshino wasn't just anyone. From that back view, he could clearly see the word desolate. But that feeling disappeared quickly. After a turn and entering the sports car, Bo Jiu turned back into Z, the young lord of the hacker world, who could take on everything. She turned the steering wheel with one hand and tapped on the GPS. After confirming the route, she drove out of the main road. She drove at a high speed, but she avoided all the cars perfectly. When she brushed past the cars, the sound of the wind could still be heard. In China, many people were waiting for Spadesy's reply. After all, the direction of the public opinion had changed. But no matter how many messages they left, Spadesy seemed to have disappeared. Even Lin Feng realized a problem. He really couldn't contact Little Spade. It wasn't that he didn't receive his call, but that number seemed to have been automatically discarded. When the incident had happened, Lin Feng had been trying to contact Bo Jiu. Even the news of Yin Hu's return had only been known after he had reached home and opened his official Weibo. His fans had tagged him. Lin Feng stilled. He gripped the mouse in his hand. He hadn't had the time to remove his suit, so he froze in front of the computer screen in a daze. It was probably because he hadn't expected Yin Hu to return so quickly. It had only been a day. Sometimes he couldn't help but think about what kind of life he would have in the future. One of his plans was to fly over to see Yin Hu when they met again. He must have thought too highly of himself. Even if he wanted to see him, he wouldn't let him know. Lin Feng couldn't stand the scene of them exchanging pleasantries when they had nothing to say, especially between the two of them. Besides, other than Yin Hu, there must be someone else standing beside him. Once he thought about this, Lin Feng felt that no matter how powerful his imagination was, he shouldn't fly over. After all, Yin Hu had started his new life. But today he actually said he was coming back. Of course, Lin Feng was in a daze. After a while, he grabbed his wallet and headed to the team to take a look. The moment he reached the ground floor, he bumped into Yin Hu's mother. The Lin family had moved out of the courtyard. It was obvious that there was a reason for Madame Yin to make such a trip. In the living room, she held a cup of tea from her good friend, Madame Yin, and shook her head. I don't know what to say about Yin Hu. He has been planning to study abroad for so long. In order to get the only spot in the school, he has been working hard ever since he was a freshman. He would often look for me to discuss some problems. It wasn't easy for him to finally get the spot, but right before the plane took off, he called my phone and told me in a tone that I had never heard before that he didn't want to study abroad anymore. He would apply for a leave of absence this time. I thought he was just joking, but I never expected him to really. Lady Yun couldn't say anything else after that. Her son had never caused any trouble since he was young. He was so outstanding that she didn't have to worry about him. Mrs. Yin had never expected Yun Hu to make such a huge decision on his own. What's more, he had made the decision to leave school. Before Yun Hu left, she had specially informed her friends there. Since he was teaching at that university, he would definitely be of help to her son's future development. No one could understand her feelings. When she called her son to ask if he had settled down, she was surprised. However, this was the answer he got. Don't you think it's ridiculous? He actually came back just to play games. Mother Lin sat opposite her. Actually, sometimes, I feel that we are too cruel. We always think from our own point of view, that this is the most useful thing for our child's future. However, we forget to ask what exactly they like. Now Lin Feng is running projects twice as many as the club. On the surface, it doesn't look like anything, but I know very well that compared to business, this kid still likes to play games the most. Hence, I plan to let me handle the company's matters during this period of time. At least for the next 3 years, I'll let him do what he likes. When Madame Yun heard this, she seemed to have thought it through. She brought it over and smiled. You're right. When we were young, we even promised that when we get married and have children, we'll let him do what he likes. I forgot about it. But these two really like to play games. Do you still remember when they were young, each holding a game controller and sitting on the floor? Because they were too tired, they would lean their heads against each other and fall asleep just like that? I remember, of course I remember. Madame Lin shook her head. On second thought, so many years have passed. These two still haven't changed. Isn't that so? Madame Yin was still thinking about something. When Madame Lin saw this, she poured another cup of tea for her. The school's quota is limited. If you miss it this time, no one knows if there will be a next time. Seeing that you're in such a bad mood, let me tell you something to calm you down. What is it? Madame Yin was curious. Madame Lin leaned over and said, yesterday when Hu left, my silly son cried. At that time, you were busy with other things, so you didn't see him like that. Chapter 1129. Let's do this. We'll tell Hu Zi what happened at the airport yesterday, and ask him when he'll be back. Mama Lin took out her phone and made a call. Lin Feng immediately pounced over and snatched the phone. Mom, Hu Zi is very busy with his suspension. Don't disturb him. What kind of joke was this? Did he have to tell Yin Hu about such an embarrassing thing? Wouldn't the mature image that he had built up over the years be completely ruined? She really wasn't his real mother. Who would have thought that Lin Feng could stop the Empress Dowager, but not the other person? While the two of them were talking, Yun's side had already connected with the internet call. Walking by the river, Yin Hu was about to settle some follow-up matters. When he saw the voice signal on his WeChat, he was already prepared. His family would come to discuss this matter with him. What Yin Hu didn't expect was that after the call went through, his mother's voice sounded surprisingly good. Son, when are you coming back? Yin Hu paused, arching a brow in surprise. The procedures will take 2 more days. Come back soon. You might not know this, but when you left yesterday, Lin Feng was crying at the airport. Mother Yin said with a smile as she looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was speechless. He could vaguely hear a voice coming from the other side with a faint smile. You're crying? Yeah, he's crying his heart out. Mother Yun's smile deepened. She was clearly teasing Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked as if he was begging her to stop talking. Before the internet call went through, the heaviness in Yin Hu's heart seemed to have suddenly disappeared. That day at the airport, that person had acted so nonchalantly that he thought he didn't care whether he would leave or not. The maturity that Lin Feng displayed really made him a little flustered at that moment. But now, the momentum in his heart seemed to have landed on the ground. The suffocating feeling that had been pressing on his chest for a long time also disappeared. Mom, tell him for me that I'll be back soon. Lin Feng thought to himself. What's the point of telling me? I can hear you guys on the phone. What a shame. Lin Feng felt that it would be embarrassing if he continued listening, so he stood up and said, I'm going out. Unexpectedly, the voice was heard by the person on the other end of the phone. He's here too? Yin Hu stopped in his tracks. When he relaxed his brows, he gave off a special feeling. The foreign students who were walking along the river turned back. Many people would find it very strange to see foreigners in China. Actually, in other countries, some people would be interested in outstanding Asians. Whether it was his height or appearance, Yin Hu fit the current aesthetic standards. When he stopped to talk on the phone, especially when the corners of his mouth curled up, many of the local girls were discussing. After all, Yin Hu's smile was really handsome. Mom, please give him the phone. Lin Feng, who heard the voice over the phone, immediately grabbed his phone and wanted to escape. Call me now? After Yin Hu found out that he had cried. This was too unmanly. F***ck. Was this what it meant to be a scam? Before Lin Feng could leave, Mother Lin grabbed his collar from behind. In an instant, Lin Feng was pulled back onto the sofa. What? You don't dare to accept? His own mother was trying to goad him into action. As a man, there was nothing he wouldn't dare to accept. Lin Feng reached out to take the phone. At first, he was very domineering. When he heard the voice from the other side, he didn't have enough confidence. I heard that you miss me? When he heard these words, Lin Feng exploded. You are too long-winded. When exactly are you coming back? When he said this, Lin Feng's face was a little uncomfortable. As soon as possible. Yin Hu was very calm. Lin Feng. What are you doing? He wanted to hang up the phone as soon as possible. What was the meaning of suddenly calling his name? It was so King awkward. Yin Hu tilted his head, the corners of his lips lifting. Are you shy? Who's shy? What are you laughing at? Lin Feng changed the topic. All right, hurry up and settle the paperwork for your suspension. The entire team is waiting for you. I'm hanging up. With that, Lin Feng swiftly ended the call. He didn't give Mama Lin a chance to pull him back and directly strode out. Unexpectedly, the more he walked, the hotter his face became. In the end, he pressed his hand against the wall. It was all Yin Hu's fault for asking if he was shy. On the other side, Yin Hu, who had been hung up, couldn't stop smiling. Everyone was guessing who was on the other side of the phone to make him so happy. A few girls who knew how to read the mood had already noticed the eyebrows and gave up trying to strike up a conversation. But from that day onwards, there was one thing. It wasn't just Big Spade. Even Qin Mo seemed to have disappeared. This was the decision given by the Esports Association. Even though Supreme Alliance had improved a lot compared to before, the Asian Cup was different from the domestic competition. They had to send the strongest team in China. The current Supreme Alliance wasn't strong enough. They had to have Qin Mo as their captain. As for Spadesy, her gender didn't affect her participation. This was a piece of good news. To all of Spadesy's fans, they heaved a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. They were most afraid that Spadesy wouldn't be able to continue competing. When Feng Yi heard the news, he loosened his tie after not sleeping for a whole day. He leaned against the office chair and fell asleep with a smile. He knew Supreme Alliance wouldn't stop so easily. Representing China in the Asian Cup. That was something he had always wanted to see. Now it was finally going to happen. This was the closest Supreme Alliance had ever been to their dreams. There was something you didn't know you hadn't tried. You really wanted to reach your destination. You met with many setbacks and even gave up a few times. Now you were finally going to reach the other side. Actually, ever since the incident started, the fans online were waiting for a reply from Almighty Qin. Such a huge incident had happened. According to Almighty Qin's personality, he would definitely seize the opportunity to release his dog and wolf. However, no one knew why there wasn't any movement. Many people couldn't help but Almighty Qin online. Still, there was no reply. What's going on? Big Spade is a girl. Shouldn't Almighty Qin be happy? Am I the only one who thinks the Almighty has gone missing? I feel like the situation is the same as 3 years ago when Supreme Alliance was participating in the National League. At that time, Almighty Qin seemed to have gone missing too. The one above, don't scare me. I'm just guessing, it might not be true. When Xiao Jing saw this scene, he put down his exercise, raised his eyes, and called his father who was in the military. The news he received was top secret. Even he didn't know what it was this time, so he asked him not to ask. When he heard this, Xiao Jing understood. Something big had happened. That's right, something big had happened. The moment he came back from the castle, he saw the military vehicle parked outside the villa before he could even park his car. A man in a white coat with a military uniform inside opened the door and looked at him. Boss, I need to understand your psychological state. Can we talk? At that time, Qin Mo had been driving a black Lamborghini. As a responsible navigation system, it was rather reliable. From his tone, he doesn't seem friendly. The psychologist froze when he heard this. He glanced over at the Lamborghini. What was going on? Even a car could speak now? Where did boss get such a car? He is a bad person. It's normal for him to be hostile. When Qin Mo said this, he didn't alight. He placed his arm on the window, his gaze elegant. I'm not in a good mood. I don't want to talk to you. Every time the psychologist carried out this mission, he felt like breaking down. Boss was really harder to talk to than those criminals. He was so direct. How was he supposed to say it? After some thought, the psychologist decided to ask for help. He turned on the video on his phone. Boss doesn't want to talk to me. What about him? The video wasn't clear. Due to the filming conditions, it was shaky, causing the quality of the image to be especially noisy. This is the only video that the spy we sent to the Golden Triangle sent back before he died. It was a huge drug production base. One could clearly see that the entire area was filled with poppies. The flowers were in full bloom. They could see the patrolling armed mercenaries. Even their eyes carried a unique murderous aura. When they met disobedient farmers, they would use their guns to suppress them. Every one of them wore a mask. Other than the tattoos on their arms, which revealed some information, it was impossible to tell which organization they were from their appearance and clothing. This was because there were too many mercenary organizations like this in the Golden Triangle outside the borders. But no terrorist organization dared to be so arrogant. They didn't just refine and sell poppies. In the video, a group of tourists barged in by mistake. The tourists clearly identified themselves, and when the other party raised their guns, they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The mercenaries didn't even bother with them. After a sweep, they shouted, "We kill Chinese people. Those who cut off our livelihood deserve to die." They were speaking in a foreign language. As it was a small language, it sounded arrogant. Someone at the side reminded, "Don't kill Chinese people. If the people over there find out, we will be suppressed. We won't be able to do business in the future." What are you afraid of? They are a group of Chinese pigs. If they are so capable, let them come to the Golden Triangle and kill them. It's nothing to kill a few Chinese tourists. With that, the person raised his hand and swept the tourists who were already lying on the ground. The inhumane way of doing things made the hearts of those who watched the video tremble. Moreover, the people who were killed were their own countrymen. Qin Emo watched the video. His hands, which were placed outside the window, tightened bit by bit. His gaze gradually turned cold. The psychiatrist watched from the side, his gaze probing. Qin Emo didn't need to watch to know what he was thinking. You don't have to use this video to test me. You just want to see if I'm affected by the hypnosis. I'll say it again. I'm not in a good mood and I don't want to talk. Just say what you want. The comrade who shot this video has already been sacrificed. We don't know what's going on over there. What's most worrying is that the information sent from over there clearly shows that many people in a school on the border have been psychologically controlled by their leader. The most serious situation is how to protect the hostages. Also, the other two people who went undercover have already betrayed them. Our deployment over there has been destroyed. Boss General Qin can't leave the country due to his military rank. He asked me to ask you. You are the only one who can do this mission. Do you agree to return to the army? Qin Emo glanced up and didn't speak. The psychiatrist retracted his probing gaze and said seriously, "Boss, we are all waiting for you to come back." Without light, time passed quickly. Everything was the same as 3 years ago. Old Master sat in the villa, half lying on the sandalwood rocking chair. Through the big window, he could clearly see the military car parked outside. He took a sip of tea and looked at his grandson in front of him. "Have you decided to go with them?" Qin Mo's voice didn't change at all. Old Master tilted his head. "I thought you had long given up on being a soldier. The company is doing well in your hands, and you are so interested in esports." "No." Qin Emo put down the teacup in his hand. "But I prefer to play games." Old Master sighed. "It seems like I can't persuade you. Go back and ask your father if you are his biological son. He only thought of you when there is no one else going on this mission. I am most familiar with the terrain around the Golden Triangle. It is the least dangerous for me to carry out this mission. The other party has a psychological expert." Qin Emo stood up and said, "The hostages won't be rescued easily." Old Master felt that it was more like 3 years ago. "You don't have a military rank anymore. If there is a need, I can wear it again at any time." Qin Mo's eyes were dark. "This is also the reason why you let Mother marry into the Qin family." "Grandfather, I am the grandson of Madame N and also a member of the Qin family." Old Master knew that he wouldn't be able to stop his grandson. After pondering for a moment, he walked to the wooden table, pulled open one of the drawers and took out an amulet. The amulet seemed to have been around for a long time. "In the past, you would take it every time you went on a mission. I thought you wouldn't need it anymore." Qin Emo took the amulet. Old Master and watched as the tall figure disappeared in front of the door. He lifted his head and looked upstairs. The person standing there wasn't anyone else, it was Movie Queenin. She had been there all along. But she knew what kind of mission her son was going on. She was afraid that the moment she appeared, she would stop him. The sound of a car engine rang out. The Lamborghini that was parked outside the villa followed another car into the dark night. Bojio received the same news the next day. The place where information was traded was always unexpected. Many people thought it was done in the dark, but in reality, it wasn't. It was the most prosperous place on Fifth Avenue. In the afternoon, it was simply a shopper's paradise. You could see people of different skin colors shopping here. CK, Louis Vuitton and other famous brands could be found here. The luxury watch shops were even more dazzling. It wasn't rare for a custom-made watch to be sold for tens of thousands of USD. One of the luxury watch shops was extremely eye-catching, because it was filled with an Eastern vibe. The boss was dressed in a traditional Chinese suit. There were only 2 employees in the shop, both of them wearing cheongsams. Wearing a pair of black lace gloves, she adjusted the strap of the watch, but the words that came out of her mouth had nothing to do with the watch at all. For matters in the legal world, this is the number. For matters in the underworld, this is the number. Do you want to ask about the underworld or the legal world? Customers who came to buy watches for the first time would be frightened and leave immediately. Others would be curious and ask more questions. But no matter what kind of customer they were, the rule here was that as long as you had money, you could buy information. Apart from the rules, there were exceptions. A silver-haired youngster in a red t-shirt walked in. One of the employees paused for a moment. She strode over with her slender and fair legs. Customer, how can I help you? Bojio raised her hand and pulled the employee's hand over. She placed a silver USB in her palm. The shape of the USB was unique. It was a Z shape. I'm here to get the information from your boss. There were cameras in the hall where they bought watches. The moment Bojio finished her sentence, the boss of the luxury watch shop walked out. The owner of the famous watch shop walked out. He was a handsome man in a tang suit, but he had a clip on his head. He looked like a character from a comic book, so people couldn't tell how old he was. Z. It's rare for you to come personally. The boss sized up the youngster wearing a mask. Come in, the information is ready. This time, you will definitely feel that it's worth it. Bojio looked cool. After pushing open the door, she felt like she was in a different world. Where did I get the information from? The boss reached out and scratched his head. Bojio found a seat and sat down. Your Alzheimer's symptoms are getting more obvious. Are all people with the surname Tang like this? How is that possible? The handsome boss moved his fingers. I just remembered. I saved it in the USB. And Z, I told you online not to talk about my age. Bojio arched a brow. Uncle, other than QQ, you don't know anything else about electronic products, right? Times are changing. During the time you weren't around, I became self-taught. The handsome boss said as he reached out to open the document. The next moment, the video jumped out. It wasn't clear, but it was longer than the video the psychiatrist had received. Bojio's gaze turned colder as she watched until she saw the red tattoo on the mercenary's arm. She suddenly said, "Here, stop for a moment." Pack. The handsome boss froze the image on the video. He tilted his head and explained, "This is a very old organization. They have been sleeping for a period of time. They probably felt that they didn't earn enough money, so they reached out again." Why? From your expression, do you know them? Recommended article. 99 Days of Hidden Marriage. Chief, please be reserved. Author. One Lily, she schemed and cheated him of all his firsts. Then she left all his assets and ran away. Who knew that the next day, she would be brought to the church with a knife? He announced loudly, "Marry or die." Chapter 1130. I don't just know them. Bojio's gaze deepened, turning extremely dark. The handsome man in the tang suit smiled. Looks like the hatred level is not low. This organization has appeared before, and this time, it appeared again. Someone recorded this video. Originally, this information was for money, but At this point, the handsome man in the tang suit paused. If you can let me see what you look like in the military uniform, not only will this information be free, I can also provide you with more insider information. Bojiu was helpless. When will the Tang family change their habits? You are stupid if you don't use all the resources you have. That's what you said to me when you weren't even 15 years old. Even though we haven't met for so many years, I'm curious. What's up with your appearance and hairstyle? The handsome man in the tang suit pointed at Bojiu's head. Bojiu smiled. I can't always look the same. The handsome man didn't dwell on this point, and went straight to the point. How about it? Do you want to join the military? Sure. Bojiu placed one hand on the table, and pressed her body down. But uncle, I always thought you were in the underworld. When did you start recruiting for the military? The handsome man took out one of the watches and pretended to study it. You said it yourself, my surname is Tang. What identity do I have to enter? Bojiu always went straight to the point. The handsome man in the tang suit put down his watch and curled his thin lips. In 3 days, the army will select 10 people from the highly qualified special forces to carry out a secret mission abroad. This secret mission is related to this organization. What I can tell you is that it's not as simple as eradicating them. 3 days ago, I received a secret report. It said that all the spies sent by the military had betrayed them. There is a psychological expert in the organization who is good at reading people's minds. At the border, 30% of the students in a school have been hypnotized by him. This time, other than destroying the enemy's communication signal, we have to infiltrate the school and find the expert. If not, we won't be able to rescue them. The school is only 150 kilometers away from the organization's base. That is outside the country, while this is inside the country. This time, the organization's violent actions have violated international law. However, the situation there is tense and we can't deploy our military power, so that's why we need to hide in secret. Bojiu interrupted him, her face still as ravishing as ever. I need an identity to enter the military. The handsome man in the tang suit smirked. Sure, I've already prepared the identity for you. There's just one thing. You have to stand out among the 100 Special Forces soldiers. Remember, you only have 3 days. Everything you do in the army will be used as a benchmark for your assessment. Bojiu paused. She lifted her head and asked, will I get extra points if I'm too handsome? The handsome man in the tang suit was speechless. Give it to me. Bojiu looked at the mirror and combed her hair. Being too handsome might cause my marks to drop. I heard that the people in the military are especially tanned and rough. I don't seem to be qualified. The handsome man put his hand on his forehead. Yes. You're the most handsome. Give me a code name first. Code name? Bojiu glanced over and smiled. They can call me Sugar Daddy. The beautiful shop assistant in the Cheongsam walked over. Is it really okay for you to bully mercenaries like this? Unexpectedly, their boss actually nodded and smiled like a fox. Not bad. The beautiful shop assistant. Boss Yuanzi, is it really okay for the two of you to bully people like this? Regardless of whether it was okay or not, the code name had been decided. This was the characteristic she wanted. Bojiu thought about it. When those people mentioned her code name, they would definitely call her daddy. She would first give them a show of strength by addressing them. This had always been her style. The next day, far away in the Yinhai region of China, a seemingly ordinary military vehicle drove straight from the center of the grassland. In the back of the military truck, everyone was wearing a camouflage uniform. They were carrying a military bag that weighed 10 kilograms. Every one of them looked very orthodox. There was something strange. The average age of these people wasn't very old. Logically speaking, those who could sit in such a military vehicle and come to such a place must be the top members of the military. But even so, one of them looked really young. His sitting posture wasn't the same as the others. Logically speaking, everyone should be sitting straight, but this person was leaning there lazily with a lollipop in his mouth. He had a high nose bridge and when he turned his face, he looked like a high school student who hadn't graduated. The military even accepted people at this age? All right, Let's just say that they accepted him. He should be a high-ranking member of the military compound. But they had never seen this person before. These people had either trained in the army with their fathers since they were young, or they were the elites who had been carefully selected from various military regions and troops. However, when they came here, they were immediately nothing. After all, the people who could come here were the cream of the crop. They were all phoenixes among dragons, but this guy had never seen them before. What was going on? But it was rare for him to be so tanned. This fellow's family probably sold coal, right? Brother. One of the young masters with a military aura couldn't help but speak up. Which military unit are you from? Honestly, your tanning is quite unique. I want to be like you and find a chance to bask in it. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance. Shangxi, I guess. The youngster thought for a moment and spat out 2 words. Jiang City. Jiang City? Impossible. The person said directly. I've been around the entire Jiang City. Why haven't I seen you before? Which military compound are you from? The youngster changed his sitting posture. My family is doing business. I don't live in a military compound. That's strange. Prince couldn't understand how such a person had the chance to sit with them. In addition, the other party was too small. At this moment, the military vehicle stopped. This was a desolate little station. Other than the platform full of new recruits, there were no other people. After letting them go, the military truck rumbled away again. The sun slowly set, and the sky was overcast. As the yellow soil flew in the air, only the sound of a military plane could be heard in the distance. The young man lifted his eyes and looked in the direction of the commotion. Even though there was a lazy smile on her face, there was a glint in her eyes. The King of Soldiers troop truly lived up to its name. Such a special method. Is this the first round of testing? Prince, who was standing at the side, was still looking around. He was about to place his arm on the youngster's shoulder to ask for his name. After all, he had looked around. In terms of this car, the 2 of them were the closest in age, so they could definitely get along well. Who would have thought that as soon as he put his arm on it? The young man exerted force and pulled him to the left, then pushed him forward. Before Prince could flare up, a sound came from the sky. It was a gunshot. 2 people slid down from the 2 sides of the military plane, and the gunshot was right beside their feet. F***CK, what's going on? Prince was in a daze as he chewed on the grass in his mouth. He lifted his head and shouted, "Brother, look carefully, it's one of us, we are here to report." Bang. A second gunshot was heard. It directly hit a person's back. Prince stood up and was about to fight with someone. "Didn't you hear me? It's one of us." The youngster reached out and pulled him back. "You're the one who didn't understand. Look at the back of the person who shot him." Red fog. The gun is a drill too? Prince was probably like Lin Feng, a naive person. At this moment he finally understood. Are they here to test us? The youngster didn't have time to talk to him. The gunshot rang out again. There was a limit to where she could hide. Moreover, it wasn't her character to sit still and wait for death. She rolled to the side, dodging the long gun. Then she kicked the bushes beside her and leaped up. With a swoosh, she heard the sharp sound of her military knife being unsheathed. Then Prince saw something fall from the sky. He lifted his lids to look at the top of the tree. Half of the leaves were gone, but there was one more person. The side of the military knife in the youngster's hand was pressed against the person's neck. This is a strange way to welcome new recruits, but I'm afraid of planes. Why don't we get the people flying above us to come down and have a chat? We will be in the same unit in the future. It isn't good to be so violent. F***CK. The person who was sweeping the plane took off his special goggles when he saw the scene. How did Four Eyes get discovered? Who is the person who threatened Four Eyes with a military knife? Not only did he dodge my fatal blow, but now he actually wants to have a good talk with us. This recruit is too arrogant. Just as he was about to say something, a low voice came from the walkie-talkie. A low voice came from the other side of the walkie-talkie. How's this batch? Boss. The person tugged on the rope beside him, chuckling. Not bad, they have a bright future. Is that so? The voice wasn't cold, but it gave off an oppressive feeling. Why did I hear that you flew a military plane out to pick them up? You didn't hide yourself and just wanted to show off your power to the new recruits? The person didn't speak, winking at the people beside him. He wanted to ask which of them leaked the news to their boss. The three of them glanced at each other. Were they crazy? Why would they tell their boss about their decision? We'll talk about your matters when you come back. The magnetic voice rang out again. Whoever was shot, let them go back. Do it according to the rules. Yes, boss. At this moment, how could they dare to tell their boss that a new recruit had discovered them and seen through their entire plan? They were digging their own graves. If they didn't bring this batch of new recruits to the unit, their boss would definitely send someone to investigate. Once the investigation started, they would be exposed. Land. After much consideration, that was the only thing they could do. The youngster looked at the plane that was descending lower and lower. His black hair fluttered messily along with the wind brought by the propellers of the plane. But no one knew why. But there was an indescribable sense of handsomeness. Prince muttered, I must be blind. Isn't he Lord Bao's face? It's the least popular skin color now. Hunter's first impression of the young man was his skin color. It was a little too dark, and he looked very young too. Their plan was actually exposed by a black youngster. Thinking about it, it was really, I'm the instructor who's here to bring you to the training camp. I'll also be your captain for this period of time, codename Hunter. When he said that, the youngster shifted the military knife in her hand. The young lad shifted the military knife in his hand, and the swift movement of the knife into the scabbard made the hunter squint his eyes. Was this youngster purposely acting cool in front of him? Reality proved that the youngster didn't have that intention. She leaped down from the tree and landed lightly. She was still sucking on the lollipop, but her aura was obvious now. How did you discover that there's someone here? Hunter's voice was calm. He had learned this trick from his boss. As a qualified Special Forces soldier, even if he was infuriated, he had to pretend that he didn't care. The youngster glanced up, her voice clear. The youngster looked up and said in a clear voice, there are two best vantage points here. One of them is barren, and the other tree has more leaves than the other trees. Moreover, the angle of the bullet is different, so the first gunshot didn't come from the military plane. Judging from the position, there should be a sniper hiding here. If I were a sniper, I would also choose this position. After getting out of the car, people's defenses are at their weakest. If a sniper is arranged here, he might be able to take out a whole bunch of people. Prince's jaw dropped when he heard that. When did this youngster discover so many things? Hadn't he been chatting with him all this while? F***CK, was he the only one who was chatting seriously? Your observation skills aren't bad. Hunter walked towards the youngster. But if you want to stay, your observation skills aren't enough. This is just the beginning, recruit. The young man smiled, the corners of his mouth curling up lazily. Hunter didn't know why he thought of his boss when he saw the youngster's smile. What a joke. His boss's smile was the epitome of black-bellied. This youngster was probably just putting on an act. Who would have thought that the moment he had this thought? They brushed past each other. The youngster's voice carried a hint of a smile as he spoke into his ear. I wanted to show off my strength to the recruits, but I didn't manage to do so. Captain, it seems like we have to be more detailed in our future plans. F***CK. Which troop did he come from? Why was he so difficult to deal with? Sigh, I wonder what the other captains at the training camp would think if they knew about this. The youngster hung the lollipop in his hand and walked forward with a smile. At this moment, Hunter had the urge to call his boss and tell him that there was a recruit who was so powerful that he wanted to beat him up. Chapter 1131. Hunter watched the youngster's back view and suddenly lifted his rifle. Since all of you are so capable, this place is 10 kilometers away from the training ground, 9 o'clock. From now on, all of you have to carry heavy weights and carry your backpacks. 10 kilometers? Walking? Carrying heavy weights? What kind of training ground was that? Hunter arched a brow. It's just 10 kilometers. Those who can't run don't come. As for the 7 people who were shot, you can wait here, someone will come to fetch you. With that, Hunter lifted his leg and left. The sniper who had jumped down from the tree was also swift. It was as though the forest ahead was nothing to them. In the blink of an eye, the few figures disappeared into the bushes. A voice could be heard faintly. After 2 hours, I will wait for you at the finishing point. Those who exceed the time limit will be automatically eliminated. If you are late and can't make it for dinner, you don't have to eat. F***ck, Prince hurriedly carried his backpack. The rest of them did the same. Only those who had been shot rubbed their hair violently. They knew very well that they had been eliminated. There was a car full of people when they came, but now, there was only half a car left. Those who stayed knew that they would never be able to join the legendary king of soldiers. Trekking in the forest wasn't like normal walking. No one knew what they would meet there. The recruits hadn't expected that even before the training started, the activity would be more than what they usually did in the army. Of course, stamina was the biggest test. But what Crown Prince didn't expect was that there was someone who didn't take the normal path. While he was still studying the route, the tall and slender figure with the backpack on his back had already leaped onto a tree. He reached out to take off his belt and flew to another tree with a whoosh. F***ck, where did this guy come from? Why does he look like an ancient person? He even knows martial arts. Prince didn't forget to walk forward as he spoke. As he walked, he realized that it was too slow. Especially when his military shoes were stained with mud, it became heavier. How could he finish this place in 2 hours? They weren't familiar with the terrain, so he wouldn't be eliminated. But what if he couldn't make it for dinner? Brother. Prince thought of a way to stop the youngster from jumping off the tree again. He shouted, I have cigarettes here, do you want them? Come down and rest for a while. The young man chuckled and turned to look at him. I'm rushing for dinner. That's great, we both have the same goal. I see you flying up happily. Do you want to bring me along? Prince added, I don't only have cigarettes here. The young man tilted his head and seemed to think for a moment. All right, but for dinner tonight, if there's any meat, you have to give me half. You're so skinny. Can you eat that much? Prince was speechless. The young man sucked on the lollipop and stood on the tree. Do you still want to fly? Fei, I'll give you half. Prince weighed the pros and cons and decided that time was more important. The young man threw a rope down. Come up. Climb a tree? Prince was stumped. The youth raised his eyebrows. You're from the compound, yet you don't even know how to climb trees? How can I not know? Prince was much better than those cowards. He grabbed the rope and climbed up the tree. He was a little confused. Then, fly. One word. The youngster was already holding on to his belt and flew from one tree to another. F***ck, what happened to bringing him along? Prince wasn't prepared and his face almost crashed into the tree. Fortunately, he got used to it. However, he was still cursing in his heart. Where did this black kid come from? He was so skillful at climbing trees. An hour later, the most secretive troops were stationed at the border of the country. There was no one within 500 miles and the vegetables had to be transported by military aircraft. Here, be it the surrounding environment or the campsite, it was the most suitable for forest combat training. Many people thought that it was natural that there was no war in China. In reality, they weren't born in a peaceful era. They were born in a peaceful country. There were troops stationed at every corner of the 3,000-meter line of defense. Those forces that were eyeing China didn't barge in because of the presence of these troops. This was especially true for this place, which made all the major mercenary organizations fear it. The sun shone brightly and slowly through the forest, dyeing the shadows of the trees with a layer of rough edges. A military vehicle was parked in front of the military camp, and a man was standing beside it. The man stood in the light, and the outline of his face, from his forehead to his chin, seemed to be shining with a furry light. The edges and corners were so distinct that they looked like they had been carved. He tilted his head and lit a cigarette. His fingers were especially fair. If it wasn't for his military uniform, no one would be able to tell that he was a soldier. When Hunter arrived at the campsite, he had a gloating smile on his face. However, when he saw the figure in front of him, His mouth froze. He stood up straight and did not dare to look at anyone. He looked straight ahead and called out, "Boss." The figure glanced at him and pointed at the military vehicle. His voice was calm. "Where are the people I asked you to bring along? I feel that since it's their first time here, we should let them familiarize themselves with the surroundings so that they can enter the training state better." Hunter reported loudly. However, his heart was pounding. "That's a good idea." The figure smiled. When his thin lips curled up, his smile lingered on his face, making it hard to see his face clearly. Hunter's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected his boss to agree to his idea until he heard the next sentence. "Since you have such an idea, it's fine to just eat vegetables for dinner. It shouldn't be a problem for them to run another 5 kilometers. As the figure spoke, he raised his hand to look at the time on his watch. "In 1 hour, report to me." What else could Hunter say? The 3 comrades standing at the side were all smiling. They were afraid that if they laughed out loud, they would end up in the same state. After the figure left, one of them placed his arm on Hunter's shoulder. One of them put his arm on the hunter's shoulder and said, "You've gone too far this time. Oh right, logically speaking, you all drove the military plane there. There shouldn't be many people left. Why did you let them walk?" "I'm helping boss pick talents in advance." Hunter waved his hand. "What do you know, magician?" Magician put on his military cap. "All right, continue picking. I'm going in for dinner. I heard that there's a pot of beef today. It's a pity that someone won't be able to eat it." Hunter felt bitter, but he didn't say anything. There were 2 batches of people in front of them. Why was it so easy for Magician and the others to receive them? Yet there was a thorn in his side. The moment Hunter thought of the black fellow, he scanned the surroundings instinctively. He definitely couldn't let anyone else know about the counterattack, especially Magician and the others. It was too embarrassing. They won't be able to leave without walking for at least 2 hours. The sniper placed his hand on Hunter's shoulder. "That's a good show of strength. I'm impressed." Hunter leaned against the military vehicle. "We have to let them know what this place is, especially those who got in through connections. If they don't have the ability, they should leave. I heard that Captain got in through connections too." The sniper lowered his voice. Hunter frowned. "F***CK, boss needs connections? Don't spread such rumors in the future. I'm just asking." The sniper glanced at his watch. "An hour has passed. Shall we head out to take a look?" The person beside him laughed. "Do we need to look? We definitely won't be able to make it. We should take a shower now and wait for dinner. Isn't that right, Hunter?" "That's right." Unexpectedly, the moment he finished speaking, a lazy voice rang from behind. A lazy voice came from behind. "Looks like we've arrived. The cars here aren't bad." The few of them turned around abruptly. He saw a dark-skinned young man carrying a military bag on his back. His camouflage pants were tucked into his military boots. After walking for 10 kilometers with a heavy load, the young man's face didn't seem to show any signs of fatigue. He was still clean and looked like a ruffian. He didn't look like someone who had come from the jungle. The person beside the youngster was clean too. However, his face seemed to have been scratched by a tree branch. He looked a little pitiful. But no matter what, the 2 of them shouldn't have appeared so quickly. They had familiarized themselves with the terrain for a week before arriving at the training ground within an hour. The 2 of them were here for the first time, but they were on par with them in terms of time. Hunter's emotions were complicated. He had wanted to show off his strength to the new recruits twice, but he failed both times. "Where are we eating?" The second voice rang. It was still the youngster. Hunter inhaled deeply. His throat moved up and down. In the end, he could only say, "Report first. Both of you follow me." The youngster arched a brow. "I thought we would be able to eat once we arrived. Turns out we still have to wait." Hunter felt that one breath wasn't enough for him. Where did this youngster come from? Everyone who can enter the elite troop is 1 in 1,000. There's something I have to remind you. Don't come here. Whether you can stay or not will depend on your performance. The troop is here to feed you. When the young man heard this, he gave a lazy, "Oh, Prince, whose face was scratched, gave him a thumbs up. The youngster was amazing. He asked for food the moment he arrived. He was different. At the reporting ground, everyone has a blanket. Remember, there's only one blanket. Take care of your hygiene. Toothpaste, toothbrush, wash basin, towel, and rice bowl. Remember your own things and don't take the wrong bowl when you eat. Hunter pointed to a spot not far away. That's where you'll be staying. There will be 4 people to a room, and there won't be a private bathroom. If you want to shower, go to the bathhouse on the west side. Saving water is a part of the troop's records. Training doesn't care about time, so it's best to be prepared. Prince didn't think much of it. The basic facilities of every troop wouldn't be too bad. The only difference between the special forces and normal troops was the daily training. It was said that there were 2 batches of new recruits before them. There were probably 3 batches of new recruits going through the selection process. Prince caressed his chin. He felt a little helpless. They seemed to have unintentionally offended their captain. What should they do? But Prince tilted his head. He looked at the dark-skinned youngster who had been studying the bathhouse. He didn't seem bothered at all. No, what was there to study about a bathhouse? Almighty, you have to think about the current situation. Prince felt that at this moment, as a comrade who had worked together with him, he had to remind him. He hugged the military blanket he had just received and lowered his voice. Brother, tell me the truth. Do you have a strong background? What backing? The youngster tilted his head, asking nonchalantly. Prince lowered his voice. Don't hide it from me. How would you dare to offend Captain if you don't have a strong backing? You wouldn't have been able to enter this batch of soldiers if you didn't. The youngster continued to observe the surroundings, looking distracted. Other than a strong backing, isn't there a selection process? I fought my way in. Prince. He didn't know if he should call him a master or wake him up. If he didn't have a strong backing, why didn't he keep a low profile? You must be lying to me. Prince didn't believe him. The youngster continued to walk forward. As someone who was good at imagining things, it was better to let him guess quietly. Prince really couldn't understand his new roommate. That's right, they were roommates. They had arrived at the same time. According to the order they had reported, they would definitely stay in the same room. The youngster tossed his backpack onto the lower berth the moment he entered. He observed for a moment before tossing his backpack next to him. Hunter didn't leave, mainly because he wanted to see which mountain the youngster was from. Yet, the moment he tossed his backpack onto the bed and laid the blanket, the first thing he said was, "Can we eat now?" Hunter. Prince. He was afraid that the air would suddenly turn silent. Seriously. Hunter. You brat, other than eating, don't you think about anything else? You can eat now. Bring your things to the canteen. Hunter threw this sentence and walked out first. He really wanted to tell his boss that there was a youngster in their team who deserved to be beaten up. Unfortunately, if he said it, he would definitely reveal the fact that he had been humiliated. Hence, he couldn't say it. He definitely couldn't say it. On the way to the canteen from the dormitory, no one knew the reason. The youngster suddenly stopped in her tracks. A pair of extremely dark eyes landed on a car not far away. Logically speaking, that car shouldn't be here. After all, they were in the military, and everything should be military vehicles. But that car was a limited edition sports car. The gold-plated black color coupled with the smooth lines of the car body, and the door that resembled a wing, it was easy to tell which model it was at first glance. Chapter 1132. Do you like this car too? Prince leaned over. You have good taste. There aren't many cars like this in the country. I wonder whose car it belongs to. It actually drove here. The youngster didn't say a word, reaching out to touch his nose bridge before glancing at the Lamborghini. Hunter turned, crossing his arms and arching a brow. This car belongs to Captain. You better stay far away, otherwise, you'll be the unlucky ones. Captain? The youngster's gaze deepened at this moment. Hunter didn't even turn his head. You'll see him after the next 3 days. Prince wasn't interested. Someone who could drive a sports car into the army definitely had a powerful background. As compared to Captain, he was more interested in little black boy. However, what he didn't expect was that the other party really didn't care about their first meeting at all. He really took away all the beef he brought and even said one word: remuneration. Prince bit into the huge bun in his hand, eating a few mouthfuls of cabbage. He comforted himself that it was better to have food than nothing. As compared to the youngster and the rest, the earliest to arrive was half an hour later. Of course, there were still 2 hours before they arrived. Hunter didn't beat around the bush. Those who are late, go back the way you came. Those who arrive within 2 hours, follow me. Those who stayed weren't happy, but those who left weren't disappointed either. After all, they hadn't even started training, and it was already like this. What kind of mission were they going to carry out for the selection process to be so strict? No one knew the specifics, but many people had already predicted that this would be a mission of no return. Those who came late really didn't have anything to eat. At first, they thought that everyone was the same. When they saw the youngster walk out of the canteen, rubbing her tummy, the others were dumbfounded. Didn't they leave at the same time? How did these two people get here so early? Now Crown Prince finally understood how others looked at him in awe. He had to admit that it felt good. But why did he feel that he was using his connections to intimidate others? But before he could finish using his connections to intimidate others, the people around him seemed to want to leave. Huh? Where are you going? Even though he was using his connections to intimidate others, it was better than not being startled. The youngster stuffed a hand into her pocket. Just strolling around. We'll gather later. Prince frowned. You're still wandering around. The young man didn't turn around and disappeared in a few steps. The Crown Prince wanted to call for help, but he couldn't. Fortunately, the team leader who picked them up was still eating in the cafeteria. If he saw this scene, he would have caught the black kid and taught him a lesson. But where did that person go? How mysterious. Where did the youth go? Just look at the Lamborghini parked in the shadow of the tree. The car had been parked here for less than 3 days. But no one had ever dared to approach it. After all, when it came in, everyone in the unit knew that it was a talking sports car. If anyone approached it and touched the door, the car would automatically start and sound an alarm. In less than a minute, the boss would be standing in front of them. When that time came, trying it once was enough. The young man stood there, raised his eyebrows, and stretched out his left hand. When it sensed that someone was approaching it, the navigation system automatically activated and was about to make a sound. She said, "I like you, Chin Mo. Voice password correct, beginning voice recognition." The navigation system vibrated. Once it had the ability to calculate, the car shook. Master. Could it be that it was poisoned? Why would it hear its master's voice here? Little Blackie turned on the headlights and started to check the system. It was afraid that it would be poisoned. But when the youngster said the second sentence lazily, Little Blackie was 100% sure that this was its master. Not bad, you're clean. Seems like I don't have to bathe you anymore. That's right, this youngster was Bojo in disguise. When the navigation system vibrated, it wasn't any slower than a human's voice. Master, why are you here? Are you here to pick me up? Although your little vixen treats me very well, there's not a day that I don't miss you. I thought that man would leave me in America. Who would have thought that he would actually transport me here? I've checked the information. This place is too far from America. I can't go back myself. Master, there's something I must tell you. Your little vixen isn't a little vixen at all. He's a black-hearted demon king. You don't know. Just as little Blackie was about to say something, Bojo interrupted him. Bojo suddenly interrupted him. Someone's here. Little Blackie stopped speaking immediately, the navigation system turning into a straight line. The headlights weren't flickering either. It seemed as though the car hadn't been started at all. It wasn't anyone else. It was Hunter, the person who had brought Bojo and the others into the military. He scanned Bojo from head to toe before glancing at the Lamborghini that was parked there. He frowned. I knew you wouldn't stay put. I don't care which unit you were in the past, but it's different here. It's best to listen to your superiors. Otherwise, regardless of where you came from or what background you have, you will be kicked out. Little Blackie wanted to move when he heard that. Bojo bent down and tied her shoelaces, replying, "All right." That foot was pressed against its tire. Little Black immediately understood what he meant, and continued to stand still like a pine. It seems like there's a need for a meeting, Hunter said, gesturing for Bojio to leave. Bojio didn't say much, smiling as she brushed past him. Hunter thought Little Blackie was going to say something to him, his expression guarded. He hadn't expected Little Blackie to just glance at him. F***ck. Hunter didn't think he had any status as the captain. Yet, Little Blackie hadn't violated his principles. He was furious. Hunter felt like he was going crazy. But even so, as a Special Forces soldier, he still noticed one thing. The Lamborghini was exceedingly quiet today. Did Little Blackie just look at it, and didn't even touch it? Hunter muttered as he thought about it. The navigation system vibrated a few times. Even though there wasn't any sound, the ripples were telling him that the Little Blackie was his true master. He didn't even care about touching me, he could even drive me away. Now that he thought about it, Master must have infiltrated the military camp because of it. Master had never forgotten about it. He was touched. Whenever the Lamborghini was happy, it couldn't help but turn on its headlights. Just as it was turning on its headlights for the second time, a slender figure walked over from afar. Just as Hunter was still in disbelief at the back of the car, the figure's hand was already in front of the car. His face was clearly visible. He was dressed in a military uniform, looking elegant and elegant. His side profile carried a faint coldness. Who else could it be other than Chin-Mo? Your 10-kilometer weight-bearing run came all the way here? Hunter's back stiffened when he heard this. He turned over and saluted. Boss, you touched Little Blackie? Chin-Mo glanced at the headlights, his peach blossom eyes narrowing. Hunter shook his head immediately. No, boss. Everyone knows Little Blackie is your concubine. No one dares to touch her. Don't spout nonsense. Chin-Mo was still holding on to a cigarette. It's useless even if you change the topic. From now on, the 20-kilometer weight-bearing run will start. Hunter was completely dispirited. Boss, I really didn't touch Little Blackie. Before I came, there was another Little Blackie. That's right, it must be that Little Blackie. That Little Blackie. Chin-Mo's voice was calm. Which one? Hunter was about to speak when he remembered how he had been slapped in the face previously. He instantly kept his voice down. It's just a recruit. There are so many recruits today. Chin-Mo glanced over. Little Blackie. The navigation system moved. MH. Hunter. Such an evil MMH. What did it mean? More importantly, boss didn't notice anything. Chin-Mo arched a brow. Who touched you? This time, the smart navigation system's response was very quick and direct. Hunter was dumbfounded. When did he touch Little Blackie? Who would believe that a car could lie? Little Blackie, you can't do that as a car. Hunter still wanted to say something. The Lamborghini switched off the headlights and navigation system, looking as though it didn't want to listen to his excuses. Hunter turned his head. Chin-Mo's expression remained the same. 20 kilometers. No, why didn't anyone believe him? Who else could tell him why Little Black, who had always been honest and straightforward, had suddenly learned to lie? Hunter really couldn't understand. After all, he didn't know that the intelligence system would adjust according to the original owner's needs. Since Master had purposely not revealed his identity, as a qualified intelligent sports car, it would definitely keep the secret for Master. Sigh. He didn't even understand such a simple logic. However, he didn't know when Master would drive it away. The defensive facilities here were top-notch. In terms of escape, it wasn't suitable. Especially when the devil was watching over it. The next time it saw Master, it had to expose the devil's true identity. That would help it escape. The intelligence system had already formed an answer after its analysis. On the other side, Chin-Mo held onto the car with one hand and lowered his waist. His voice was calm. Tell me, who was the person who touched you just now? If Little Blackie had a heart, it would definitely be trembling at this moment. Fortunately, it was an intelligent system. It replied steadily. It was him. Chin-Mo looked at the Lamborghini under his hand, his gaze distant. It seemed as though he wasn't looking at the car in front of him. Instead, he was looking at someone through the car. This was the only thing that fellow had left him. A car. Other than this car, that fellow seemed to have disappeared. Chinemo tightened his grip before releasing it. That tall and slender figure seemed to give off an indescribable sense of loneliness. It seemed as though he had felt it before. He had assumed that he would be able to see that person the next day. But when he pushed the door open, it was already empty. There was nothing there. It seemed as though it had been thrown away. Chinemo lifted the corners of his lips. He was smiling, but there wasn't a hint of a smile. On the contrary, even when he walked, his back was very empty. At the same time, in the military dormitory, Prince stood up when the youngster returned, a mysterious expression on his face. I finally know what mission we are going to carry out this time. Bojio felt that it would be too hurtful if she didn't show a hint of curiosity at this moment. She asked casually, "What mission?" "Do you see the brother on the upper bunk? He's from the Eagle Air Force. They're the best air force in China. They're pure special forces. Usually, when they're needed, they'll definitely be sent to carry out overseas missions," Crown Prince said excitedly. Bojio tilted her head, signaling for him to continue. Prince lowered his voice. "According to my analysis, our mission this time is related to the tourist corpses that were found in the Golden Triangle a few days ago. Someone said that the tourists were killed because a mercenary group there was trying to show off to our country. Which means the mission will be carried out in the Golden Triangle." All of a sudden, a deep voice rang out. Prince turned over. It was the Special Forces soldier from the Eagle Air Force unit that he had been discussing. Cough. Was my voice that loud? That person glanced at him. Very loud. "All right, brother. From today onwards, we will be on the same side. Don't bother about these details." Prince reached out and placed his hand on that person's shoulder. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the chief, codename Prince. Where are my brothers?" "Eagle Wolf." The purebred Special Forces soldier seemed to be a man of few words. After they finished speaking, they couldn't help but look towards the tanned youngster who was lying on the bed with his long legs crossed. Bojio initially ignored their gazes. After all, her codename was too invincible. Unfortunately, her partner was too persistent. Codename. Prince reached out and knocked on the youngster's head. This time, he would have a chance to know where this youngster came from. The purebred Special Forces soldier wanted to know his identity too. After all, there weren't many people who could reach the unit in less time than him. Besides, he had seen all the youngster's actions before this. Which unit did he come from with such sharp observation skills? Bojio didn't disappoint. She finally spoke, her voice still a little lazy. "Army codename Sugar Daddy. Prince. Wolf. Sugar. Sugar Daddy?" Prince repeated the two words with much difficulty. He had thought that the codename Prince was impressive enough. After hearing the other party's codename, "All right. Brother, I'm impressed. You're amazing." Bojio didn't feel ashamed. Instead, she felt proud. "I know that." Wolf shook his head, trying to wake himself up. After all, this was the codename he had chosen. He had to re-evaluate what kind of person he was. It was a pity that this codename hadn't been officially entered into the unit system. Bojio was actually feeling a little guilty. With such a codename, the Almighty would probably be able to recognize her immediately. He flipped over, and the corners of his mouth curled up. MMH, she could see the Almighty again. Chapter 1133. But before that, she had to solve the problem of bathing. Just as he was thinking about this, Prince unbuckled his belt and removed his camouflage combat uniform jacket, leaving only his undershirt. He had a white towel draped over his shoulder and a basin in his hand. "Sugar Daddy." Prince was stuck at this point, unable to say the last word. He changed the topic. "Let's go take a hot shower." Bojio didn't even turn. She replied lazily, "I'm not going." "You've been in the jungle for more than an hour. Aren't you going to bathe?" Prince widened his eyes. In the past, he had been like this in his dormitory, not washing his socks for 3 consecutive days. But he hadn't expected the expert to be like this. That explained why it was so dark. How could it not be dark if she didn't bathe? Prince shook his head and left helplessly. Wolf didn't seem interested in his surroundings at all. Bojio used the basin to fill it with hot water. She removed her military boots and sat on the lower bunk to soak her feet. While she was soaking her feet, she was thinking about how she could meet the Almighty without being discovered. It was the first day of the new recruits' report. Logically speaking, they were supposed to be resting at night. But that was a normal troop. Here, it was obviously different. It was 1 o'clock in the morning, when everyone was asleep. Suddenly, a whistle sounded. Wolf was the first to open his eyes. From his point of view, he should be the first one to clean up the mess. He hadn't expected there to be another person. He straightened his back, his camouflage uniform hanging on his body. The lights turned on. Hunter stood in front of the door, taking pictures of each dormitory. Gather downstairs in 30 seconds. Those who are slow, you know the consequences. His words seemed to be more powerful than the gathering post. Everyone was wearing their clothes as fast as they could. Wolf watched as the youngster turned. With a flip of his hand, the military cap was placed on his head. In reality, those who were able to stay weren't slow. Even Prince was extremely fast when he packed his things. But no matter how fast they weren't as fast as the youngster. The youngster seemed to have practiced dressing for years. In the blink of an eye, the youngster had already lowered her head to tie her shoelaces. But there was something else. The military blanket didn't seem to be folded. The 3 batches of recruits were led by 3 people. According to their estimations, this group of people was selected from the various brigades. At the very least, they should have a sense of time. However, 30 seconds was too much of a requirement for speed. Only half of the people could reach this speed. The young man was the first to come down. To be honest, Hunter actually felt that it wasn't bad for this black kid to be in his team. At the very least, he could make himself look good. Just like that, another half of the candidates were eliminated. However, at this time, an unexpected problem appeared. Whose bunk next to the door is 318? 318. Isn't he from our team? Hunter frowned. The young man in the military uniform who was the first to come down stepped forward. Sir, it's mine. The inspector looked at the teenager up and down. Why didn't you fold the blanket? The blanket wasn't folded? How could anyone make such a low-level mistake? I don't know how to fold. The young man's reply silenced the surroundings. He didn't even know how to fold his blanket. How did this guy get here? Other than the soldiers led by Hunter, the other teams all turned to look at Bojio. They looked as though they were looking at an idiot who used his power to force his way in. The inspector closed the book in his hands. He started to suspect that there was a problem with their selection system. He narrowed his eyes and looked at all the information the youngster had received since the selection. He was the best fighter in the army. Not only that, his marksmanship was number 1 too. Most importantly, it was written that he was an expert in cyber attacks. Such a person had actually passed the selection as a technical soldier. But why didn't he know how to fold his blanket? Wasn't that the most basic requirement? The inspector was silent for around 5 seconds. This was the first time he had encountered a problem that even he didn't know how to solve. He called the leader in charge, Hunter, to the side. How is his performance? His observation skills are top-notch. He should be an expert in jungle warfare. Also, Hunter's voice was low. Very special. The inspector tapped the book with his fingers. How should I report to boss? Honestly, we don't know where this youngster came from. Look at today's selection. If he doesn't meet the standards, we'll send him away. If he performs well, we'll report him to boss. After listening to Hunter's words, the inspector nodded. That's the only way. Tell us about today's mission. The inspector turned, his gaze sweeping across the soldiers in front of him. His gaze paused on the youngster, hinting for him to put this matter aside. But they had just arrived and they already had a mission? Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected order. After all, they could accept training so early. They had expected that joining such a team would definitely be different from the original one. But they had a mission the moment they arrived? Was this normal? Each of you will be given a pistol and a map. This time, Your mission isn't to deal with criminals, it's a military exercise. There is a garrison 100 kilometers away from our training camp. You have to destroy it before sunset. Destroy mission? Someone couldn't help but voice out. The inspector glanced at him. That's right, it's a destroy mission. Before this, we have already leaked the information to them. This means that they are more alert than usual. Then why would they destroy it? How many of them were there? It was an entire military unit. Prince was used to being in the military. The moment he heard this, he realized the difference between him and Hu Jinniao. Now check the watch. The hunter raised his hand and said in a dignified tone, I'll be in charge. Once you're killed, the red dot will disappear. Similarly, I'll use the walkie-talkie to confirm your location. If you don't complete the mission before nightfall, it'll be considered a failure. Everyone, get in the car. Yes. A loud and clear voice rang out. Everyone's speed was extremely fast. As expected of the best soldiers chosen from all over the country. After they boarded the car, they couldn't help but glance in the direction of the youngster. It was simple. This was an important military exercise. None of them wished to be held back. Find someone to protect this brother. This was the only solution they could think of. However, they also knew very well that this method could be used during drills, but when it came to real practice, it would be useless. But no matter what, they were comrades and they represented the elite military unit. It was good to be protected. Bojio sat there in silence. She was studying the map. Most people studied the terrain when they studied the map. Bojio was studying the location of the power supply and the network coverage. Of course, there was the most important thing, the high ground. Under normal circumstances, grasping the high ground was equivalent to grasping the best sniping point. But since the other party was prepared, they would probably be careful in this aspect. But there was one good thing. The other party didn't know when they were going to invade. Bojio sat in the back of the military vehicle. When she glanced up, a glint flashed across her dark eyes. The military vehicle drove at a high speed. In less than 2 hours, they were nearing their destination. Once you pass through this forest, you will reach the other party's training camp. I have to remind you that this forest is within their defensive perimeter. If you are discovered and shot, you will be eliminated. Alright, you can set off now. The moment Hunter finished speaking, the 3 batches of recruits, about 100 of them, dispersed instantly. They started checking their equipment. It was 3:30 a.m. The best time to invade. This meant that the other party was still in a deep sleep. This operation was split into teams. Bojio was in Team 1. Most of the people in Team 2 and Team 3 rushed towards their destination after entering the forest. This was reflected in Hunter's position. The red dot on the walkie-talkie was also reflected. Team 1 was moving as well. However, there was a difference. There was a dot that didn't move after entering. That dot was none other than Bojio. Prince only stopped when he saw the youngster come to a stop. Prince naively thought that the youngster had discovered something. He asked anxiously, "Is there a sniper in the surroundings?" No. Bojio observed the humidity around her. Prince was confused. "If it isn't, why did you stop?" "Sleep." Bojio spat out the word. Prince wasn't the only one who slipped and almost fell. Even the other 2 people in the dormitory wanted to knock the youngster's head open. They wanted to ask him what he was thinking. Forget it, he can stay here. At least he won't be discovered. The other teams had already decided on the youngster's position in their hearts. Such a person wasn't suitable to be here. He was more suited to be his young master. Hence he didn't even turn his head. He walked deeper into the forest. Prince wanted to follow, but for some reason he didn't know why. He didn't think this youngster was just going to sleep. After all, he had seen how this youngster had traversed the forest with his own eyes. Prince made a choice between the person walking in front and the youngster who was really looking for a place to sleep. He gritted his teeth and didn't walk forward. Instead, he retreated and asked, "Are you planning something?" "No. If you didn't, you would dare to sleep during such an important military exercise. How dare you say you don't have a backer? Even I wouldn't dare to do that, brother." Prince resisted the urge to roast her. He lifted his feet and was about to leave when a lazy voice came from behind. A lazy voice came from behind him again. I can tell you what I think, but only if there's a reward. Prince turned his gaze unfriendly. You aren't suited to be a soldier, you're suited to rob. You flatter me. Bojio found a tree and leaned against it. She sat casually, but because of her military uniform, she looked indescribably handsome. Prince gritted his teeth. I'm not praising you. The payment is simple. Bojio ignored his emotions. Help me fold my blanket for 3 days. At the mention of this, Prince broke down. Are you really from the army? You don't even know how to fold your blanket. Do you know how embarrassing you were just now? Bojio unwrapped a candy and placed it in her mouth. She shrugged. I'm not good at this, but I can't help it. Go and ask any soldier who doesn't know how to fold their blanket. Prince was losing his patience. Bojio changed the topic while he was still rational. If we go in now, we will be discovered easily. Why don't we take a nap and recover our energy? That's not right. This is the time when humans are the most tired. If we take action now, we will have the advantage. How can we be discovered easily? Prince wasn't just for show. He knew the benefits of taking action now. Bojio was still lazy. That's if they aren't aware of our actions. If you can think of it, how can they not think of it? The commanding officer should be their regiment commander. A regiment commander doesn't even have such analytical skills. Do you think it's possible? It was like thunder. That was the only thought left in Prince's mind when he heard this. Yes. They were strong. They weren't weak either. They were all from the army. How could they not be aware of this? Prince stilled. He sat beside the youngster and raised his hand, giving her a thumbs up. He asked, why didn't you tell everyone just now? It would reduce the number of casualties. Bojio arched a brow. Do you think they would believe someone who doesn't even know how to fold his blanket? Prince. He really didn't know how to believe. This was to make it easier for them to confirm each other's position. Everyone will have a recorder with a red dot on it. When the other comrades saw that the red dot hadn't moved from beginning to end, they were shocked. They didn't expect anything else. In their hearts, completing the mission was the most important thing. According to the rules of the military drill, they had to destroy all of them before the blue team, which was this team, won. They belonged to the red team. They had to destroy the enemy's camp to win. Since that was the case, time was of the essence. What they didn't expect was that just as they took the first step, something happened. Hunter wasn't able to see the entire process clearly. He only knew that the red dots on the screen were disappearing one after another. The speed was frightening. His expression changed. He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. What's the situation? Even though this was a military drill, he was the one commanding the troops. Why did so many of them disappear the moment they started? Reporting, we've been ambushed by a sniper. Hearing this, the hunter placed his hand on his forehead. This old fox. Why was he so smart when it came to him to command the battle? Previously, when their captain led the troops to destroy the camp, he didn't seem to know how to ambush them. A certain regiment commander was drinking tea in his office. How is it? Reporting, everything is going smoothly. A certain regiment commander snorted. Chinemo, that cold brat. He only has a few tricks up his sleeves. This time, he has to get back the face he lost. Yes. The reporting soldier straightened his back and said, but regiment commander, the one commanding the troops isn't boss, it's his soldiers. A certain regiment commander's face turned red. If the soldiers lose, they lose. The reporting soldier. All right, you're the regiment commander. Whatever you say is right. Let me teach his soldiers a lesson as well. Don't think that they can beat us a second time just because they beat us once. Spread the word that these little rascals like to act at night. What they care about is being stealthy. Everyone, be on your guard. Let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Yes. With a loud thud, the heels collided again. Needless to say, the regiment commander's actions were obviously effective. 80% of the 100 people sent out by the red team were gone. There were only 21 people left in the group. Hunter was really anxious. It was obvious that everyone was enjoying the battle at the same time. Magician sent a greeting immediately. "Heh, I heard that you kicked a metal plate this time." "Shut up." Hunter held his forehead. Why was everyone in their team so inhumane? Magician laughed. "What are you worried about? Wolf is still around." "Oh right, I have a piece of bad news for you. I just sent the red dot to boss. He should be able to see it tomorrow. Your battle results aren't good, my dear Hunter." Pa. Hunter hung up the phone and looked at the red dot on the screen. Another one was gone. Fortunately, it was 6 a.m. The opponent's investigation had reached a bottleneck. But even so, he didn't have any advantage. There were only 16 people left in the entire team. Everyone's position wasn't the same. It was difficult to give orders. Wait a minute. Why was there still a red dot here? Hunter's gaze shifted downwards, zooming in on the red dot. If he didn't remember wrongly, it was that youngster. Besides the fact that Hunter noticed it, the other teammates who were also looking at the red dot notifications also noticed this. They hadn't expected that the youngster who didn't know how to fold his blanket hadn't been shot. Fate really made a fool out of them. But at this moment, the red dot moved. It was indeed moving, and it was moving at a very fast speed. There was a world of difference between this and when the red dot had remained motionless in the same position before. What's wrong with the youngster? I don't know either. Even Hunter didn't understand what the youngster was doing, much less his comrades. The only one who understood was Prince. He saw the mystical technique of traversing the forest once again. It was weird too. Why wasn't anyone stopping them? The young man gave him a perfect answer when he was changing his equipment. "Our comrades in front have already helped us clear the mines. Now the enemy's instructor must be catching those who weren't sniped. They won't care about us. Moreover, who would be hiding in the forest at this time? Prince. Why did he realize that he was following a fox? They might have a chance of winning this time." Chapter 1134. But on the other side, Wolf felt that it was too difficult. Compared to the last time, it was as if they were completely annihilated this time. Especially since the red dots on his phone were decreasing. This meant that his comrades were decreasing. Wolf Feng leaned to the side, hiding very well. This wasn't strange since he was a member of the team. Moreover, he was Qin Mo's best sniper. But even so, without their captain's command, Wolf could only protect himself. He couldn't do anything. "Regiment commander, we have captured the enemy captives." The informant came in and reported a number. The regiment commander tapped his fingers on the table. "How many are left?" 7, the informant replied. The informant continued. "2 of them have been located by our army, but the remaining 5 are particularly difficult to find. The strangest thing is that there are 2 of them that we haven't even discovered. We haven't intercepted them in the jungle." The regiment commander wasn't bothered. They can only protect themselves now. Our army will discover them the moment they make a move. It isn't strange that we didn't manage to capture them. They were just a bunch of new recruits. Since Qin Mo wasn't commanding them, there wasn't any danger. However, at this moment, Bojiu sneaked into the camp. Bojiu had already infiltrated the base. She used the terrain to form a good cover. She glanced over at Prince. They were all elites from all over the world. With one look, Prince understood what Bojiu meant. On the other side of the haystack, 2 soldiers were chatting. "Be alert. I heard there are 7 of them." "What's wrong? Didn't regiment commander say that they like to move in the dark? It's daytime now, they wouldn't be so foolish to come." The moment he finished speaking, his vision turned black. He was covered by his backpack. He wanted to shout, but the other party grabbed his throat. His teammate was the same. Bojiu had always been fast. Prince watched as the youngster beside him dashed out like an arrow, dragging the person down with him. This was a hidden corner. It was the most convenient place to tie someone up. MH. The 2 soldiers who were tied up tried to make some noise to let others know. Who would have thought that his hands and legs would be tied up? The other party even took off their pants and shirts. Prince still had some conscience. Let's not remove their singlets. Let's leave them with some dignity. Anything. Bojio straightened her military cap and tightened her belt. In just a short minute, she had changed into a new military uniform. Prince watched from the side as the youngster took the keys. He felt a little sad. He wasn't like this in the past. At the very least, they had never stripped the enemy's clothes during military exercises. How could he pull off someone's pants without batting an eyelid? Prince really wanted to give the youngster a thumbs up. At this time, there were only 5 people left in the team. After Hunter saw the 2 dots disappear, he jumped down from the surveillance vehicle and decided to change his strategy. Unexpectedly, the screen suddenly flashed. The kid that he felt was suspicious had actually managed to infiltrate the enemy's base. At the same time, it was in the military headquarters. Magician was still gloating at the red dot on his phone. All of a sudden, a slender and fair hand reached out from behind him and snatched his phone away. Chapter 1135. Qin Mo didn't look at him, his gaze fixed on the phone screen. His nose bridge was high, his side profile accentuated by his military uniform, making him seem noble and untouchable. Magician swallowed his saliva instinctively, afraid that he would be implicated by Hunter. It was really embarrassing for a military exercise to end up like this. But if it was him, he wouldn't have fought either. After all, there were too few of them and they were all recruits. Moreover, Commander Wu had a deep grudge against them. Definitely he's waiting for them here. If their team had entered, they would definitely be able to complete the mission. But for the recruits, even if they were the top students of the various troops, they wouldn't be able to break through the grand scheme. Magician thought that his captain's gaze would turn cold, and he would at least sneer. Unexpectedly. Who is this? Qin Mo's finger tapped on one of the red dots. The red dot flickered rapidly, completely different from the other hidden soldiers. Magician glanced over. Wolf, he's in there too. It's not him. Qin Mo turned over, his voice calm. He isn't the type. Magician didn't understand. Type? What type? Unorthodox. Qin Mo picked up the walkie-talkie beside him, his gaze deepening. Where is he? Hearing the static from the walkie-talkie, Hunter's heart trembled. Captain still found out. Reporting to Captain, he's in the middle of a military exercise. Hunter was crying in his heart when he spoke. Qin Mo replied calmly, a military exercise where the entire army was wiped out. Captain, I don't know what happened to that old fox. He actually became more cunning this time. After Hunter finished speaking, he reflected on himself. There's something wrong with my deployment. I'm willing to be punished when they return. Qin Mo didn't continue the topic. Instead, he glanced up at the red dot. Number 10, this recruit, is there something you didn't report? The moment he joined the team last night, he discovered our ambush and even caught our sniper when we weren't paying attention. In just an hour, he leaped over the forest while carrying a heavy load. His observation and explosive power are very strong, but for some reason, he doesn't know how to fold the military blanket. He only knows how to roll it into a ball. I was planning to report on him after today's military exercise. So you're saying that you were defeated by a recruit? Magician couldn't help but ask when he heard that. Qin Mo glanced back at him. With just one glance, Magician immediately retracted his head. However, this did not stop him from gossiping. He immediately spread Hunter's words in the WeChat group. Hunter didn't need to guess to know the outcome. Should he say that he was careless in making friends, or that Magician's conclusion was too accurate? Boss, why don't we end the military exercise earlier? I'll ask Wolf and the others to return. Hunter wanted to prevent the entire army from being wiped out. Qin Mo's finger swiped across the phone screen, replying casually, there's no need for that. Give me number 10's number. Hunter's eyes lit up. Captain, you're going to command? I'm going to test the recruit's ability. Qin Mo tilted his head and pointed. Position. Yes. Magician immediately locked onto the contact. Hunter wanted to ask more questions. Qin Mo turned off the walkie-talkie. At the same time, in the blue team's camp, Bojio was already smoking with the other team. How's the smoke? Not bad, brother. Which team are you from? 3 in a row, Bojio replied calmly. When Prince heard this, he coughed twice as he smoked. Oh right, be more alert later. Bojio continued. Aren't there 5 people left in the red team? The 3 soldiers chuckled. There's only 5 of them, they probably won't dare to come out. Besides, we have a sniper with us. Don't be afraid, they won't dare to come out in broad daylight. That's true. Bojio flicked the cigarette in her hand, a faint smile on her face. You're right, they won't dare to come. Prince. Do we not exist when we are standing in front of them? Honestly, brother, where did you learn to act so well? But we can't let our guard down. One of the 3 garrison soldiers opened his mouth again. According to the information we received, there's a person called Wolf in this batch of recruits. His marksmanship is especially good. He's been in the special forces before and has carried out many overseas missions, so we still have to be careful. Don't fail miserably in an easy task. Bojio raised a brow with the cigarette in her mouth. This isn't the same as the news we received. What news did you get? The 3 garrison soldiers immediately became interested. Bojio took the cigarette away, stuffing one hand into her pocket. There's a recruit in the red team who is good at disguising and hiding. His computer skills are top-notch and he's young and handsome. While Bojio was speaking, Prince was calculating the people around them, trying to figure out which of them fit the description. The soldier asked, There's such a person? What's his code name? Code name? Bojio picked up a tree branch beside her and drew 4 words on the ground. The soldiers paused when they saw it. Sugar. Daddy. Prince's lips twitched. He needed to re-evaluate his comrade's narcissism. He was really thick-skinned. Bojio didn't feel anything at all. Since she was here, she had to announce her code name, right? Right at this moment, a person with a military rank walked over from the right. He pointed at Bojio and the others. What are you doing? Watch carefully. Bojio lifted her gun without a change in expression. It wasn't a mission, just a way for them to split up. After the person left, Bojio tilted her head. Bojio tilted her head and lowered her voice. Her clear voice was obviously different from usual when it was transmitted through the walkie-talkie. Wolf, is Wolf there? There was a rustling sound coming from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Why are you looking for Wolf? A clear magnetic force transmitted over. Bojio's fingers paused heavily. Her heartbeat was obviously different. Her signal wasn't good. There should be some kind of interference device. But the signal was good. Hence, through the walkie-talkie, the voice was elegant and familiar. I'm asking you a question. Why are you looking for Wolf? Chinemo tilted his head. There was a layer of air between his thin lips and the walkie-talkie. The voice was so close. It seemed as though the person was right beside her. Bojio's ears twitched. She changed her voice. Reporting, Captain. I need Wolf to clear the surrounding snipers. I can, but do you know what that means? Chinmo's voice always sounded lazy and indifferent no matter when he spoke. Bojio straightened. I do. Chinemo arched a brow. He was dressed in his military uniform. When he moved, his brows looked handsome. Based on Bojio's understanding of the Almighty, she had to explain her analysis. Otherwise, her words wouldn't be convincing. If Wolf's Fong carries out a cleanup mission, his position will also be exposed. Bojio changed the topic. But I believe that with Wolf's skills, he won't be caught within half an hour. I'm confident he can destroy their command center within this time. Bojio listened to the reply from the walkie-talkie. Unexpectedly, Chinemo lifted his lips. Did you guys hear that? Yes. Yes. There wasn't just one reply. Bojio held her forehead helplessly. Did he turn on the public channel? The Almighty was still the same as before, as black-bellied as he could be. Wolf. Chinmo's voice came through again. A deep voice came through the walkie-talkie. Here. Cooperate with him. Chinemo glanced up at the red dot on the screen. I'm interested to see how he is going to destroy the command center. Yes, boss. Wolf, who had been hiding for a long time, came out from the bushes. His perfect disguise was almost the same color as his surroundings. Bojio was about to speak when Chinmo's lone voice came through. There was a hint of laziness in his voice. Your code name? Prince thought that this black fellow was going to say the words, I need a beating again. Who would have thought that when he turned his head, the man would turn off the walkie-talkie? Although the action was fast and handsome, for some reason, it made people feel that this guy was a little guilty. Guilty? If someone hadn't passed by at this moment, Prince would have rubbed his eyes. How could that arrogant youngster be guilty? Chin Mo arched a brow when he heard the ringing sound from the other end. Magician guessed. Something must have happened. After all, no one would hang up the call of the commander-in-chief. Chin Mo wasn't bothered. He was more concerned about the people who had entered the jungle a few hours earlier than Bojio. They had never expected that the key to the military demonstration would be in the hands of that youngster, who didn't know how to fold the blanket. On the other side, it was already noon. The commander of the Blue Division had finally relaxed. The moment she relaxed, she felt hungry. She asked someone to prepare 2 big steamed buns, and freed her hand to call Chin Mo. When Chin Mo picked up the call, he arched a brow. Commander Wang. Youngster Mo, you haven't had lunch, right? Do you want to come over for a meal? Let's see how long your soldiers can last. It wasn't easy for him to vent his anger. Commander Wang had to make this call. Chin Mo picked up the call. Everyone, including Hunter, listened intently. All the soldiers looked at each other and thought to themselves, Boss, what kind of crazy thing did you do to force a regiment commander to become a show-off maniac? Commander Wang was calling to show off, everyone knew that. But Chin Mo lifted his thin lips. I'll head over in a while, Commander Wang should know my taste. Since it's a banquet, it's better not to be too shabby. Commander Wang. I'm just showing off, you're really coming over for a meal? It's fine if you're eating, but you're acting as though you're going to rip me off. F***ck this youngster Mo. He was a scourge wherever he went. But what could he do? He had already boasted, so he could only grit his teeth. No problem. Chin Mo hung up the phone and reached over to fasten the last button on his military uniform. For some reason, his actions made him look like he was abstinent. Magician took the chance, leaning over to ask softly, Boss, didn't we beat Commander Wang during the previous military drill? Why does he seem to hate us so much? 5 times. Chin Mo tilted his head, the perfect curve of his chin on full display. Magician's mouth fell open. 5 times? When did that happen? Before I brought you guys along. I sniped an entire company. Chin Mo's voice sounded distracted. The surrounding soldiers were speechless. It was no wonder Commander Wang was behaving this way. No one would be infuriated after being wiped out 5 times. This was the reason for his hatred. Boss had actually agreed to a meal. Commander Wang probably wouldn't be too happy even if he won. Chin Mo drove his own car out of the base. Little Blackie hadn't moved for a long time, the navigation system fluctuating. It was puzzled. Why hadn't Master come to steal it after a day? You seem excited these 2 days? Chin Mo held onto the steering wheel, his words slowing the fluctuation of the navigation system. As an intelligent system, it couldn't lie. The word excited is used to describe you humans. Is that so? Chin Mo's gaze was faint. Little Blackie chose to stop talking, wishing for Master to pick it up as soon as possible. If not, it would be exposed. The speed of the Lamborghini was much faster than the military truck. Commander Wang regretted making that call. He tilted his head towards his adjutant. Isn't this person shameless? Tell me. The adjutant replied softly. Don't you always know he's like this? Ooh. Regiment Commander Wang took a deep breath. Go and tell the kitchen to prepare something good. We can't embarrass ourselves. You and I will go and fetch him. Adjutant. You still have to pick him up? Commander, why did you make that call? Around half an hour later, the Lamborghini started to enter the blue team's camp. Wolf swept past the bushes, finding the uniform his comrade had prepared for him. He glanced up towards Prince. Where did you get the uniform? Prince used his chin to point at Bojio. Here, this youngster took it off someone. Wolf glanced at the youngster, not asking further. When should I fire the sniper rifle? In a while, Prince and I will infiltrate the engine room. Bojio adjusted her military cap, covering half of her eyes. I'll leave the periphery to you, Wolf replied. Understood. Let's go. Bojo lifted her gun. In that instant, Prince found her handsome. Chapter 1136. Prince wasn't sure why they were heading to the engine room. But since things had come to this, he could only follow. There was still quite some time before they reached the engine room. Young Master was walking when he turned around and suddenly paused. Hey Sugar Daddy. F***CK, look back at your codename. What's that? It's our military car. That Lamborghini. Bojo glanced behind her. His gaze swept over the slender figure sitting in the driver's seat. She felt the surrounding wind turning silent. His heartbeat quickened a little. There was a slight excitement in it. The dopamine concentration in her brain was rising. She didn't look away. Prince watched the black youngster's unmoving gaze. You really like this car. Bojo thought to herself. What do you know? Daddy likes people who drive. F***CK, who exactly is this person? Why is the Blue Army welcoming him? Prince couldn't understand. Bojo stood there, her heart itching. It was a pity she still had things to do. Otherwise, she would blend into the crowd and take a good look at the Almighty. She decided to ask little Blackie which room the Almighty was staying in when she returned. Bojo lifted her rifle and pulled up the mask covering her face, revealing only her black spectacles. Her long legs were wrapped in a military green camouflage uniform. It was the same for her upper body. With the rifle, she looked like a soldier from the special forces stationed at the border, handsome and tough. The Lamborghini was too fast. It was just a flash. Chinmo's handsome and elegant face left a deep impression on people. Prince turned over, a glint flashing past his eyes. F***CK, there's such a person in the military. He must have been chosen based on his looks. Bojo didn't reply, her eyes focused on a single spot. Chinmo didn't notice the two soldiers stationed there. After he stopped the car, Commander Wang managed to maintain his image well, a smile on his face. Come little Mo, I just found an orchid, give me a reward. Chinmo reached out to push open the car door. He was dressed in a well-ironed military uniform, his waist was tied up, and his belt accentuated his long and slender legs. There was also a tassel on his shoulder, not to mention his elegant and handsome face. In an instant, the surrounding soldiers were a little aggrieved as they looked at their regiment commander. Of all the people they could have invited, why did they have to invite this devil? Chinmo could feel the unwelcome gaze. But the Almighty had the ability to ignore this kind of gaze. With a smile on his face, he took off his white gloves and said, Leader Wang, have you forgotten that I'm here to eat, not to admire the flowers? Across the crowd, Bojo watched him from afar. She took a glance before turning back to take another look. In the end, she shook her head. As expected, beauty is the bane of men. Beauty? Where are they? Prince looked around but didn't see any female soldiers. Bojo didn't reply. She glanced up at the location of the red dot. She knew that Wolf was already on the move. She turned and took advantage of the time when everyone was welcoming Chinmo to sneak into the blue team's engine room with Prince. It was impossible for the engine room to be unguarded. But Bojo was wearing the military uniform here. As soon as he walked in, he took out a pack of cigarettes. A soldier was still typing inside. The moment he turned, Bojo shot him in the chest. There weren't any bullets in the gun and it was silenced. When it hit a person, it would only emit red smoke. The soldier who was shot widened his eyes. He was about to shout for help. Bojo placed a hand on his body, her voice calm. According to the rules of the military demonstration, you have already sacrificed yourself. If you continue to speak, you will be breaking the rules. The soldier was still sizing up the youngster's uniform. When he understood what was going on, he grabbed his hair fiercely. Bojo laughed lightly and stuffed a cigarette into his mouth. She reached out and took the walkie-talkie that he was about to take out. I'll take care of this for you. The soldier. F***CK, where did she come from? One of the blue dots on the map suddenly disappeared. Someone would definitely ask. After all, The blue team had a blue dot to observe them. Hello, 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 number 114, what's going on? Bojo picked up the walkie-talkie and turned her head. Nothing, I just removed the sensor. Be careful. All right. After the call ended, the person on the other side was still worried. He said to the two soldiers around him, "Go to the engine room and see what happened." Yes. After receiving the order, the two of them picked up their guns and walked toward the direction of the engine room. Bojo was already seated in front of the computer with the walkie-talkie in her hand. She placed both her hands on the keyboard, typing loudly. Prince glanced over in shock. He could only see the lines of code on the screen, watching the speed of the youth's typing. Was this guy really a technical soldier? A technical soldier who was better at jungle combat than him? Prince felt as though he had suffered a fatal blow. As she typed, she didn't forget to contact Wolf. Begin. All right. As Wolf's words fell, a loud bang was heard. Another blue dot disappeared from the map. Continue. Bojo tapped the enter key and the image on the screen changed instantly. Bang. The blue team's second sniper clutched his chest blankly. He had no idea how he had died. At this moment, the clattering sound filled the entire command center of the blue team. Their commander had gone for lunch and only the adjutant was left. What's going on? Why did the blue dots on their side disappear? Reporting. The technical soldier's fingers flew across the keyboard. Someone hacked into our network, it's a virus. We're trying to get rid of it. When will it be fixed? I'm not sure yet. You don't know? The adjutant looked at the image and instinctively felt that something was amiss. It's the red team. Inform our commander immediately. I'm afraid it's too late. The technical soldier paused. In 2 minutes, our command center will be theirs. The adjutant turned, his gaze wavering. What did you say? I tried to defend, but I wasn't able to do so. This was the first time the technical soldier had encountered such a situation. Was there something wrong with the information they had received? Was there such a person on the red team? When the adjutant heard this, he was so shocked that he fell back into his chair. Then he said, "That's impossible. If we want to seize command, we have to enter the engine room first." Engine room. Contact the snipers lying in ambush. Yes. The technical soldier had wanted to contact them through the walkie-talkie, but all of the walkie-talkies had lost their signal. This wasn't a coincidence. It definitely wasn't a coincidence. The virus created by Z wouldn't be able to snatch the command away. At the very least, they had to cut off their communication. Bojo sat in front of the computer, her posture relaxed. She wasn't afraid of the camera above her since her face was covered up tightly. The color drained from the technical soldier's face. His first reaction was to check the surveillance in the engine room. In an instant, on the screen in the command center, there was only a youngster with a black scarf and a rifle by her side. The youngster seemed to know someone was looking at her. She lifted her head and glanced towards the camera. She even extended her hand to greet the technical soldier. "Hi, brother from the blue team." The veins on the technical soldier's forehead were about to pop. Who's your brother? At this moment, Commander Wang had the same thoughts. Especially after Qin Emo sat down and started to order. He wasn't treating him as an outsider. Fortunately, he was confident this time. Commander Wang's heart ached for his fish. This Emo brat, he didn't order anything after coming, acting as though he was interested in his fish and wanted to cook it. His tone was as light as a breeze and as calm as the clouds. Commander Wang treasured his fish. It was famous within a few 100 miles. A soldier at the side said, "This is our commander's treasure. You should choose something else." Treasure? Qin Emo chuckled. All the more reason to have a taste. Commander Wang took a deep breath. No, this Emo brat was intentionally angering him. He couldn't fall for it. "It's just a fish, it's fine." Commander Wang waved his hands. "Ha." The soldier was in a daze. Commander Wang replied, "What, huh? Leave it to the kitchen, cook it." The soldier couldn't believe it, so he got this fish. Regiment Commander Wang changed the water for him every day and treated him like a treasure. Now that he was being treated as a dish, he probably wanted to cry. Commander Wang watched as the kitchen went over to scoop it up, his teeth clenched. His heart was bleeding. But Qin Mo exuded a noble aura, drinking his tea as though everything around him had nothing to do with him, including the fish. Commander Wang regretted making the call once again. But since things had come to this, he might as well brag to the end. At least he would feel better. Young lad Mo, there are only 4 or 5 of you left. If you can't do it, just send them back. You aren't the one in command. Why are you still practicing? It's just a waste of time. Commander Wang felt much better after saying that. However, it just so happened that the person who was supposed to give in didn't give in. He even took a sip of his tea elegantly. Wang Tuan, the key is to win by surprise. The number of people is not the key. Commander Wang shook his head with a smile. You don't want to admit defeat. You only have Wolf and you think you can come and go as you please? The rest of the recruits will probably be eliminated soon. It's just a matter of time. With that, he raised his hand, pointing at the red dot. Look, another one disappeared. But after that, Commander Wang paused. Regiment Commander Wang was stunned. Other than the red dot that had disappeared, there was another red dot in the center of their territory. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.